I had to leave the puppy upstairs. Poor pathetic puppy. She was really mopey this morning. Probably because of the vaccine she got. She's probably just feeling a little dumpy after it. But I took her for a little walk. She met a neighbor dog. The guy didn't even volunteer the name of the dog or his name. I'm telling this guy my life story, right? God. I'm like, hey, I'm here. This is why I'm here. Here's who I live with. Blah, 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 blah. He didn't even volunteer any information to me. It's funny how you can get bamboozled like that. That's like what law enforcement does. But anyway, so she was real dumpy after the vaccine. She was sleeping all morning. Didn't even want to come out of her crate. Didn't want to play with me or anything. And she eventually, yeah, poor dumpy pupper. She eventually went on a walk, and that perked her up. And then she was super duper duper excited and happy to play and everything. Because she did all her business outside, which is good. I mean, she's not going to do it inside. So I played with her for a little while before the stream. That's why I'm late. I wanted to make sure that she got a little bit of play in, so she was tired. I want a tired puppy, not an understimulated puppy, you know? How's everybody doing? E Supreme 454 Smith Clay? Why is that still liquid? Ugh, damn it. Like UV glue is getting all over me. Gotta figure out what we're doing with burn the subs. Oh, I gotta start up Fusion 360. Yeah, I'm all like sweaty now. It's like hot down here. I didn't have time to like prep the shop. Yeah, he's an agent. This is probably going to install an update, and so we're going to be sitting here with weird laggy camera for a little bit. Take the beard out of the way. Whew. How's everybody doing today? How are you doing? I did pup care for the morning. What's going on? This is in a different window. Goes. Starting up, so we're gonna drop frames left and right. God, go away. This is DJ Everyday again. He's pretty cool. He's a pretty cool guy. Doesn't afraid of anything. Do it. Just do it. Get it over with. Do it. Come on. I know you've got it in you. Yeah, the coveted BTS code that I share online for free. Come on, man. Where's my update? Fusion always updates. Come on. Come on, you know you have to. You know you have to update. There's always an update. I guess there's not an update. Feels weird. I thought for sure we would have to install something in order to run, because I haven't run on this computer in like a couple days. So usually that's high time for Fusion to, oh, herpy derpy, I'm gonna install an update and totally lag you out. I found the quick disconnect, by the way. I found the quick disconnect part. That was in DigiKey, or not DigiKey, sorry, McMaster Car, because McMaster Car has the extensive 3D models of everything, and all I did was recolor some of the stuff so that it looks metal and plastic, obviously. All right, well, I'm going to open up the project, and then this thing will probably decide that it's got to install an update, right? I'm trying to cool off and dry the sweat. I just went like running with the dog, and we were running around the house too, trying to... I just wanted to get some playtime in to get her tired, so she can sit for a little while while I do this with you all. There we go. Come on. I know you're gonna update. I know it. I just know it. Alright. Well, I guess not. Cool beans. Yeah, we just have to get into the sketch and do a couple of little editing things on this, make it kind of a panel. I want to make sure that that screw is also clear, so we'll probably have to make a feature that cuts that out, so I can actually get a screw in there. Maybe. I don't think I'm gonna put any kind of a pattern on it. I don't think I'm gonna put any kind of a pattern on it. I don't think it needs a pattern. Like a grading or something. I was gonna do bubbles, but bubbles didn't really look right. I need to find the brackets too. I don't know if I threw those out. I need to keep a notepad on the things that I throw out, just so I can confirm if it's actually findable in the shop or not. I got these little metal latches that were supposed to be for another project, and I think they would be perfect if installed on the outside of this wooden box, and then I have a 3D print that comes down around the edge, and then those latches can come up to the sides of this thing, and then my piece of glass won't fall out and thusly explode. Let me get the hardware on the table. Hardware und Table. I don't need this sticker no more. I was thinking, oh yeah, hold on, this is a good time for this, where we're just kind of hanging out ahead of stream. I was thinking, I want to see if it's possible for me, okay, I just blew that up. If it's possible for me to recover the microcontrollers from my insulin pumps. Because I'm going through these things pretty quick, and it would be nice if I could make like a dev board for this micro. I don't know which one it is though. Well, now I do. This is a manufacturer-specific micro, unfortunately. But it's NXP, and it's a specialty part number, because this has actually got some stuff in it that's supposed to control the external devices in here. The old Omnipods, they had a bunch of different chips that did a bunch of individual things. But when you're moving as many units as Inselect, the company that makes this, does, this is like a good call to talk to the chip manufacturer. And so you talk to the chip manufacturer and you go, hey, I'm gonna sell like millions of these motherfuckers, and I'm gonna charge like a lot of money for them. We have a bunch of specialty hardware that we need to control. We have a buzzer, we have a piece of memory wire, we've got all kinds of other little switches and sensors in this thing. I would love it if we could bake all of that into the silicon. So, nope, I did not depopulate anything. This is exactly what's always there. So, interestingly, this is what's always on the Omnipod. Now, the older Omnipods had more of the, you know, capacitors and stuff on it to filter. Like, for instance, these are the memory wire contacts, so I think they have, like, a little filtration on there. I don't know how memory wire electrically interacts with everybody else, but it seems like they need either a pull down or a pull up. I don't know exactly what's going on there. Because what it'll do is just put current through that piece of memory wire, and then the memory wire moves this fork. It kind of twists a fork, like back and forth. And when it twists that fork, it picks it up on these contacts up here and it verifies that it's spinning. And then there's a contact sensor here that will tell it that it's spun a certain amount. And then there's a fill level. I think this one's the fill level. This one is the back and forth fork movement. So the back and forth fork movement moves a gear, and that gear advances a plunger. And as that plunger, well, it actually retracts a plunger? No, it advances a plunger. And as that plunger advances, there's a rod that contacts these two, that when that contact breaks, it is empty. Pretty crazy system, actually. If you know, the loading and the unloading of the pump is actually very, very interesting. We'll do a stream on that at some point. Once I can devise a way to easily take them apart. This one I had to kind of rip and tear apart. That's why there's like broken pieces of the circuit board and there's like marks underneath. Look at all those marks. But I was interested in the microcontroller. I'm wondering if I can take this micro and put it on a different board and then reprogram it and use it as like an Arduino. PCK34. What is that? Somebody's adding me while I'm on camera. Let me see here. Yeah, there's like nothing on the board, but there's like 10,000 vias. Yeah, why have so many layers on your circuit board if it's only a couple connections? I guess they really wanted to shield it from RF, I guess. Because like, what's going on here? This is where the batteries contact, I believe. We got 3 little things up here. What is going on? Less wind resist. Yeah, it's lighter. It's lighter. It's less of a burden on the body because you don't have as much weight. Oh no, they don't care about future proofing. No. You should know that this is a disposable insulin pump. I have tens of these boards. I have like 50 of these boards, by the way, from pumps that I am done using. So the 3 coin cell batteries in it are something that I can recover. They're probably mostly full because they've only had 2 days of operation. And then the other mechanical parts I don't think I can use anywhere, but the microcontroller is what I'm particularly interested in because I've got so many of them. If I can make a little development board with this, it would be funny if I could sell a little dev board. Yeah, I don't, because there's one version of this. It seems like they don't care about that. You know, they're moving so many units and they're a healthcare company, so they obviously got money for R&D, so they just don't care. They just don't need to future-proof. You know, they don't. The only thing I can see really is you know, a non-populated RF component. These filters on an antenna are really weird, though. I don't know why, like, every single antenna you see has some kind of a filter that's not fully populated. Every single one. I don't know if it's like a test and measurement thing. Yeah. Yeah, it is a big waste, and I kind of struggle with the philosophy behind these. I like that it is a complete insulin pump, but there's a lot of stuff in the design of how this thing loads insulin and distributes it that makes it completely unreusable. There's a lot of one-way things that are going on in this. Like, for instance, when you fill the reservoir, maybe I can show that here. You know what? I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that for when, you know, the day we actually do a breakdown, because it's really genuinely interesting how this thing does what it does. And the design of it is, it's not anti-reusable, but it is not reusable. Like, it's weird the way they do that. Especially given the type of motor that they have to push the plunger. Oh, bothers DIY insulin pump. They may keep you alive, yeah, right? No guarantees. What up, Brian? It's Brian Locke. You guys should check out Brian Locke. He's, at least I know him through Twitter, maybe YouTube. He sent me a programming board before that I modified. We're just looking at, my new insulin pump is called an Omnipod, and this is the inside of the Omnipod. And what I'm thinking is, I wonder if I can get Arduino to run on this specialty NXP chip. There's a specialty chip that Insulet, company that makes this thing, Insulet has commissioned from NXP, and it's got Bluetooth Low Energy in it, and it also controls like memory wire. That's pretty much it. It does memory wire and then sensor stuff, but then it also communicates. I should get my ugly finger out of here, and we'll just point with. I'll point with a device instead of instead of my hideous finger. Uh, so NXP Semiconductor makes a specific chip for Insulet, and that chip is just one of their microcontrollers, but with a couple extra accoutrements on it. It's got like a couple extra little things, like maybe a transistor here, or a thing there. The memory wire works a fork against two gears. So there's a metal stamped fork that just moves like this with the length of the memory wire. So the memory wire pushes and pulls it to move back and forth, and then it senses that on two of the contacts, and that advances a plunger this way that brings with it a metal rod that breaks contact between this one and this one. So all these little sensors and stuff are all baked into this thing. It's really cool the way that this thing goes together. But this is fully disposable. I'm throwing this thing out. So what I'm wondering is if I can take this component and its crystal, move it over to another board, and have that as my new Arduino, my new mildly disposable Arduino. Because I have a feeling this thing holds quite a bit of code and it runs it nicely. So it's just a question of like what registers exist in this thing. So there'd be a little bit of register spelunking in order to figure out what does what. I think that would be really cool. NXP PCK 34. Oh, right at the music. DJ every day, by the way. I wonder if this is gonna get copyright stricken from the record. PCK 34. Oh, hello. 804 LPC. So these are specifically manufactured for Insulet, so they're not trying to sell us this, so they're not gonna have a specific data sheet. I'll have to look it up. People know what the chip is based on, which makes oh wow, there's nothing, which makes it a little bit harder in terms of wanting to like sell a like a dev board or like an Arduino for it, because nothing is known about it. Omnipod microcontroller dash insulin management dash starter kit. It's all, yeah, Omnipod from Hackaday. There it is. That's what my hardware looks like. An SDR and decapping. Yeah, this is a pretty ballsy fucking, this reverse engineering was pretty intense. Wait, this one's loaded. That one's ready to pop off. This is a new one that they opened up. This isn't a used one, because this is a giant spring arm, and when that thing gets released, basically this gear right here has a flat spot in it, and that flat spot is holding down a pawl, a PAWL, just a little thing that's pushing up this copper tongue. And when this gear reaches a certain point, this pawl will release the copper tongue, and then this whole assembly flies forward as this rotates. So this arm will rotate 180 degrees, and as it does, it will inject with the tip of a needle. It will push in a tube and a needle, and then this piece right here catches, because there's a little catch up here. It's a piece of metal that captures the red part, and the red part holds on to the tube, while the milky plasticky part, I shouldn't say milky, that sounds wrong. This little plastic part gets retracted by the arm as it moves through, and that pulls back the needle. But the needle stays in the tube. Needle stays in the tube, and it comes all the way over here to the plunger. And that's how it does the cannula. And then also, as this thing turns, when you fill this, that brass rod goes into the gear assembly, and when this turns a certain amount, it will release a little coil spring that captures that rod. And then from there, as this thing moves forwards, there's a threaded piece inside of the rod. And so it turns that spring that's holding on to the brass rod that advances the plunger forward. It's crazy. Just that whole setup right there. And that's all just controlled by the rotation of this drum. That's all that drum does. The drum advances the plunger, well, it captures the plunger, advances it, and releases the injection assembly. It's wild. It's absolutely fucking wild. So that's with the 433 megahertz one. That's not this one. And I don't think they're using the same, you know, because the Dash is a Bluetooth low energy device. You don't have this old ass looking, you know, PDA looking crap. Yeah. Yeah, so they actually used imagery to determine where the ones and the zeros were inside of the memory storage of the device in order to get secret keys. It's absolutely ridiculous. I guess they finally wrote like a normal article about it too. Oh my god, look at all that. What are you guys doing? Pretty wild. But this is engineering the 433 megahertz Briley link. This level of reverse engineering is fucking great. I'm just wondering what that microcontroller is, if I can somehow reflash it. Triumph, plastic, Edgewile, blah 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 blah. Loop Omnipod user. It's pretty nuts, man. I mean, this article was recent, but this research happened a little while ago. But yeah, that's not, unfortunately, that's not the microcontroller. I need to know what the micro is. Deep dip teardown. This is the actual article where they do it. They used to Dremel. I'm gonna have to like make something that'll be able to take this thing apart. And their mechanicals have not changed between pumps. Okay. I guess if it ain't broke, you know? But look at how much different the hardware is. It's clearly like a 2-layer-ish board. That might be a 4-layer board, to be honest. It might, but it's a totally different circuit from what I have. Yeah, there it is. Actually, it's not that different, is it? But it is, the semiconductor is totally different. This is a who's that logo again? Who's got the boomerang logo? That's not NXP, is it? No, NXP is like the, yeah, they have a different logo. I always forget who that is. Semiconductor logos. They're big enough that they should be just right here. I used to be better about logos. I used to know all the logos because we had to identify stuff by logo. Who the hell is it? RJR? It's not Nat Semi. Tech logo. Perfect. The dreaded F. What's an IED? It's an improvised explosive device. Freescale. There it is. Yeah, so that's Freescale semiconductor. Yeah, I used to work in improvised explosive device identification and characterization. Working with a lot of tech teams. So those are all in the same spot. Their mechanicals have not changed. All of those are in the same spot between the Dash and this slightly older one. Although they did do the fashionable thing. Oh, that's way too many views at one. Hold on. There we go. Let's go to this one. There we go. They did the fashionable thing and they put this at a 45 degree, 90 degree angle. It makes their electronics look cooler. And it does. It does. We'll get started in a minute. I'm just kind of noodling around at the beginning of stream. So are they doing the muscle wire on a separate battery? 4.5, 3 volts, and then ground, huh? Yeah, it's like all the same stuff, huh? And while they call this the anchor, I think this is actually what the motor that moves the gear is, because there's no other springs in this. It's just this assembly right here. So this just goes back and forth and advances the gear. So that was NXP, or sorry, this one's NXP. The previous one was Fairchild, Freescale. Damn it, Freescale. I thought there was a child in there somewhere. And a much smaller crystal, and less. They don't even have like a big filter cap on anything. Placed on the PCB attached to the assembly. The picture in the attached PCB is presented in figure 10. The IC is a 40-pin QFN package, only integrated circuit on the board. The IC has the Freescale logo and these markings that'll be meaningless to us. Unfortunately, it's not possible to find information on this chip on the NXP website. Freescale was recently acquired by NXP. Well, okay, that makes sense now. All these semiconductor places are all buying each other up, and then all the logos get confused. So the reason this is NXP and not Freescale is because NXP bought Freescale. All right, that makes sense. HSC08. HCS08. Well, HCS08 is very similar to... Well, not really. Never mind. I thought there was an 08 in the number because I have no memory. PCK034 is not quite the right thing. Ah! Yeah, sorry, I'm like super sweaty at the beginning of the stream right now, and I'm trying to cool off before we get started. I was running around with the puppy. She had kind of a dumpy morning, and I think that's because the vaccine that she got for norovirus probably has her a little bit down in the dumps. But she perked up when I took her for a walk. She did all our business out there, which was great. And then she was super rambunctious when I got her inside. So I wanted to play with her for a little bit because, you know, she's been sleeping all morning. Make sure she's all right. And I think she is. Also, if I don't get my exercise, I get a little weird too. The HSC8 family of microcontrollers, a little old, might not exactly be the same thing, but the registers should be just about the same. I don't think, because it looks like this chip has built-in Bluetooth Low Energy, so that'll be a little different from these designs. And the only reference that I have at the moment is this teardown, you know? Monday, take a poop. Tuesday, take a poop. Oh no, we're at multiple poops a day. She's a growing girl. Rising edges, pull up, enable control, pull a bit down. This is way too down on the weeds for right now. But I'm just trying to see what I might be up against, because I don't think the NXP HCS08 or 32 or whatever is exactly Arduino compatible. It's sometimes surprising though what is. Crystal oscillator, 2 capacitor, bypassing, blah 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 blah. That's just, yeah. Detachable corner on the right side, which the wiring to the buzzer is made. What? Oh, it's not really Oh. So when this thing runs out of insulin, it sets off just a constant tone. It just goes beep, you know, just constant. On this one though, the buzzer is these two contacts. And this isn't exactly a detachable piece of circuit board. Maybe that is it. On the modern one, the newest system that they have, there's just a button. There's just a piece of metal that'll complete a contact and shut the thing down. Because man, is this thing annoying when it goes into constant beep mode. A piezoelectric buzzer beeper does not exactly take up a lot of current, and there's 3 fixed cells on this thing, so... Let's see here. Reconstruct the circuit diagram of the device. In case of throttling, 2 layers on the PCB. That's nice. This one's 4. Circuit diagram, mainly native PCB images. I've done that for 10 years. Voltages, spectrum analyzer. Man, they got a lot of stuff going on here. LNEC BPROG 2. What? Identify the pin numbers, reset and debug. The help of an oscilloscope or the ability to program these devices is restricted only to specific serial numbers of the program or hardware. Okay. Same universal programmer can also be used in ISP mode to program the chip directly on a board. That's kind of what I'm after. LGA, huh? A thin PCB at its base. What? Polishing process exposed 4 layers on the chip. Solder, vias, die, and bonding wires. When combined together, they reveal the connections between the SoC and silicon die in the LG40 pin package. That's crazy. There's 2 packages inside of the one? Huh. Yeah, and that's where the bonding wires are. Okay. Okay, alright, alright. Internal surfaces. Fuming nitric acid is used for removing the plastic above the chip surface. Fuming nitric acid. Jeez. All right, so I don't know if I can use this microcontroller. I mean, yeah, I would reflash the whole thing, but this is also not the current microcontroller. This is the old one. This is a different micro. So that's what they ended up with their circuit diagram, which is very similar to what we have now. And I guess the 433 they exchanged for Bluetooth. Why is the nitric acid so angry? Well, because it's nitric fucking acid, man. I wouldn't want to mess with it. I have a feeling the pins are very, very similar. What up? What up, Kags? Tank fill, capacitor. There's the crystal. Reset. Hooked up to a, I guess, broken source. PVDD, piezo buzzers, contacts. It's funny that they have both pins go directly in. I guess they just really want to retain that level of control over the piezo buzzer. Even though it's just an on-off. So why would they have 2 pins? My blocked. My browser window's too big. Oh no, I didn't. I need to move chat over a little bit. Here, you guys go over there. Now I can read you. PCB manufacturing in their garages. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, the amount of like insane chemicals that are required in order to etch and manufacture silicon is wild. I would love to turn this into a test bed. By the way, the work that they did in order to reverse engineer it, they took imagery of the 1s and 0s on the silicon, and they figured out how the memory was set up. And so they used MATLAB in order to like scan it optically. Absolutely wild. Yeah, which one is that? There's one that settles in your bones. I think it's like an organic acid, isn't it? And it like kills your bones. It's absolutely psychotic stuff. It's like researchers will spill like just a little bit on them and it won't be that bad, but then their bones like fucking explode or something. It's ridiculous. Like, why do we have that substance at all? Why does that exist? What are we doing with this stuff? Floric? That sounds right. I I'm gonna search that in a non front and center window. Hydrofluoric acid. Hydrogen fluoride and water. Yeah, we can put that can be on screen. Hydrofluoric acid. Most fluorine-containing compound. Okay, so it makes Prozac and PTFE? Wait a minute. Why would you manufacture this? Why? Most inorganic fluoride compounds, hydrofluoric acid, aluminum trifluoride, a molten mixture of these serves as a high-temperature solvent for the production of metallic aluminum. What? Other inorganic fluorides, hydrofluoric acid includes sodium fluoride, uranium hexafluoride. That sounds like an awful substance. Whoa, look at that diagram. That's a cool fucking diagram. Look at that. That's awesome. Where did it go? Uranium hexafluoride, sometimes called hex. Inorganic compound with the formula OOF. Uranium hexafluoride is a volatile white solid that reacts with water, releasing corrosive hydrofluoric acid. This stuff sucks. This stuff sucks. Further reaction from the compound UF6, process of enriching uranium, which produces fuel for nuclear reactors. This is part of enrichment. Yikes. I don't want to ever see this stuff in person. I just don't. Where's like the industrial act? Yeah. Duff cylinders painted left and corroded right. Okay. Well, I won't get anywhere near those. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to get anywhere near that. Yeah, we used to do enrichment in like giant industrial buildings in America. There used to be a lot of that stuff going on. Major component of right etch and buffered oxide etch, which are used to clean silicon wafers. In a similar manner, also used by etch glass. Okay, it's not worth it though. Properties, acidity. Unlike hydrohalic acids such as hydrochloric acid, the hydrogen fluoride is only a weak acid in dilute aqueous solution. This is in part a result of the strength of the hydrogen fluoride bond, but also other factors such as the tendency HF and H2O and F minus anions to form onion to form clusters at high concentrations after they undergo blah 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 blah. What about when it hits you? Oh, I did not want to look at that. That was a gray finger. I didn't like that. Powerful contact poison because of the ability of hydrofluoric to penetrate tissues. Poisoning can occur readily through exposure to the skin, eyes, or when inhaled or swallowed. Yikes. Immediately evident and can provide false reassurance to victims. Oh, so it takes a little bit. HF may reach dangerous levels without an obvious odor. Great, I love this stuff. It's just so cool to have it around. HF interferes with nerve functions, meaning that burns may not initially be painful. Oh, good, good. Accidental exposure can go unnoticed, delaying treatment, increasing. That's the second time it said that. Irritation of the eyes, skin, nose, and blah, 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 blah. Pulmonary edema, bone damage. That's all we get. For the scariest effect of this type of acid, we just get bone damage. Blah, 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 blah. Element that's useful to avoid the adverse effect of chemical burns, content of calcium preparation, chloride, recommended. That should be treated. Yeah, that's all we get. We just get bone damage. Jesus Christ. I don't want to go to that strip club. No. No, I don't like that. That doesn't sound like a fun time. Anyway, they used some kind of ridiculous acid on this stuff in order to decap the chip and then expose the silicon die. And in the end, I guess everything electronic also boils way down into the physical world. So in the physical world, they were able to take imagery of the memory storage locations and determine whether or not, using MATLAB, if it was a 1 or a 0. And then they put that together to make a hex file. And then that hex file was used in order to get the secret keys of the 433 megahertz communications that was going on this thing. Now, Omnipod has since updated, and they've got a Bluetooth low energy device. It is very similar in hardware, and I have a lot of the hardware. But unfortunately, I don't think I can take advantage of that. I would love to put this over to like its own board and be able to program it, you know, like via USB and use it like an Arduino. But I just don't know if I can. I don't know. Quickly before we move on, HSC08 Arduino. Because that would basically form the basics, the basic building blocks of what I would program it with. Of course, we're here on the weird, well, I guess it's the Arduino forums. RS8, HSC8, HCS12. It's HCS, not HSC. Ground reset 3 volt. Background? Someone tried. Bop. Oh. Looks like someone tried. Yeah, we haven't started yet. I have to go use the bathroom in a second here. Also indicators that they later sold this code as an ECU firmware updater. Huh. Someone tried. Yeah, something about it being coded. STM32103. I suspect it could be done, but the effort's intense. Damn it. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm looking for. Huh, yeah, so I don't know. It might be a big undertaking in order to make like a simple development platform out of my old pod. Cool idea, but very difficult in execution. I'm still gonna hold on to all the hardware because at some point I want to break them all down. And I'll have a stack of NXP chips that I can't use. That's the problem, is I just don't want to waste as much stuff, you know? I'll BRB. Where's my, it's in overlays. Can't exactly get to this animated overlay quickly in the event of a bathroom emergency. All right, let's get going. Let's get going. Let's get. Oh no, that's not. Okay, hold on. Let's okay. All right, there we go. Sat on my microphone weird and unplugged it. Yeah, let's get the music out of here and let's get going on this thing. We gotta work on burning the subs a little bit. Burn the subs, which is 8. That's in the way. Hey, move out of the way. TJ every day. He's a good guy. He's fun. Part of this Philadelphia music collective that I like called PEX. Not to be confused with the plumbing. Yeah, what are we doing? Burn the subs. This is a digital representation of my actual control board, what is designed to log on to the Twitch API, get the name of somebody who subscribed to the channel, or rather it gets informed about it, puts it in a little database that it sort of maintains on its own, and then turns that name into a location on a big wooden board, seen here, turns their name into machine instructions, and then sends it over to basically a 3D printer controller that's going to move a laser and burn their name on my board. Now, I have 2 of these other boards sitting behind my gaming desk that I have not used in a little while because I had problems with the setup last week that prevented me from doing a game stream. Anyway, we should be good to go this Saturday, and I should be able to play games. It'll probably be My Summer Car again, although I would like to feature different games, to be honest. We've only played My Summer Car recently. I only get 1 game stream a week, though, so it's hard to work a bunch of different titles in. Otherwise, I'm just never going to have fun in my life, you know? If I don't do the game streams on Saturday, I don't end up playing games, which is bad. I need more games. I need to relax more. I end up doing this stuff all day. One of the coolest ways to leverage the Twitch API. Yeah, we try. We try not to overachieve, but we managed to do some cool stuff here. I decided that instead of, wiggling my butt for the camera and putting it down on a whiteboard, I would burn it with a laser, and then the hilarity comes from the permanence of such a thing, is that we put all this effort into burning, a butthole tornado onto a block of wood that exists physically in the real world. This camera is not primed. Hold on. This one. Bada bing. Everything looks the same. All right, maybe it's just the results of the amount of light that I have on things. Oh, my splash light isn't in. Hold on. Bring this thing closer. Kids, come closer. Scooch closer. Okay, yeah, so anyway, burn the subs, Twitch API, all that fun stuff. Well, we've got a little bit of software to go through on this thing. Now, we already have, I can't remember if you tried Project Cars. I have not played any games. I haven't played any games. I haven't played any games. I need to play more games. I know. I need to, we did a dirt rally with the wheel, which was pretty cool. And that was easier to use the BMW shifter on because, it's a rally car. But My Summer Car, I need to have the gated shifter, and so that's where that project came from. Everything works now, though, so that should be fine. I should be able to stream on Saturday, and we'll do a little bit more My Summer Car, although I don't think we're going to do the rally. I could try. I need to win that junior rally again to get enough points to go to the senior rally. And I don't think I can barely break like 6 minutes. So for that course per direction, I need to get under like 5:30. Is it? Man, and I got all the racing gear on the car. This is plastic. This is plastic. This is a plastic cup. I'm not mature enough to have glassware down here. Anyway, so yeah, this is Burn the Subs. It is water cooled because it's funny. We'll have to figure out how I'm going to water cool this board. I might solder a brass tube on the back, and that way I can run water against the entire ground trace that this thing has in order to cool. Otherwise, I mean, I guess there's no real like double-sided thermal tape plus like some kind of a water block, maybe. But the water blocks I have are 45-degree angle outlets, which I guess might fit here. So maybe just like a heat pipe in a water block. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. It's not totally necessary, you see. This thing will be able to move all the motors just fine. The driver that moves the big X-axis motor will probably struggle a little bit, but we didn't run into kind of any scenario where it would overheat. So, pretty good. Power supplies, I guess, might go behind this unit, and that way we'll have indicator lights up on this side. You see, the way that this thing has been coming together is that we have two rails, which are maker beams. Maker beams are just aluminum extrusion rails that you can get for whatever. You can pay money for them, I guess I should say. That's about the biggest endorsement that I can give for these things. But anyway, they allow you to build structures pretty nicely. I mean, you can build a decently stable structure with a bunch of brackets on the outside if you're into that sort of thing, if you need to like prototype stuff really quickly. And so I decided to use maker beam as the primary structure for burn the subs, for this whole giant XY table on my wall. So in doing that, I mounted two rails to the wall, and those hold all of the stuff. The distance between the rails is just determined by, it's basically 100 millimeters between them, because that's the block that I had. Could have made it wider, but this ended up being a decent size. I mean, it's the 5 1/4 bay EKWB reservoir, fits kind of okay to everything else. And then I have this attempt at building a Nixie clock from my brother that has this big wooden glass case on it. Looks really nice. That'll go right here on top of the thing. So this will be the control panel for the whole thing. Now this power supply is absolutely enormous. It's actually kind of too big, but I have it, and it's a really nice one. So I want to put it towards burn the subs. It's a Vicor power supply. These are called the flat pack power supplies because they're, well, I mean, you can tell they're flat, right? Very flat power supply for like industrial purposes. 24 volts, 6 amps, which is absolutely, no, 24 volts, 10 amps. We're not going to get anywhere near 10 amps with this thing. This thing would probably be better on a 3D printer, to be honest. I think I have a 36 volt power supply in my printer right now. Do I? I'm not sure. But this thing would be really good in a 3D printer, because 10 amps at 24 volts. I mean, geez. But anyway, we're going to put it towards burn the subs, just because. Just because I found it in the storage area that we no longer have a storage area. I had to take all my stuff in here, and we got inundated with old weird projects. But anyway, I got this cool power supply, I might as well use it. So we're using it as a cover over some other stuff. In order to plan this thing out, I've sort of been, finding parts and putting stuff together. It's like whatever I can find to get this thing up and running and give it a slightly more modern controller. Previously, we had something called a Gerbil controller, which is an Arduino-based XY table kind of controlling software. GRBL was not it. That wasn't very good. It was old and it depreciated. They stopped maintaining it in 2019. The code project. So we're going over to Clipper, and I think with minimal modifications on Clipper, we can turn Clipper into an XY table kind of gig, right? I think we can do that. And then the Arduino, or sorry, the Raspberry Pi would then be running Clipper and our Python code. And so our Python code would just need an API in order to communicate what needs to be done to Clipper and have it do its thing. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know if we're going to be using Octoprint on this thing. That seems a little weird, right? On top of that, we're going to have to come up with code on how to run the LCD. That's not an LCD, it's a VFD, but it's a character display that we need to use. So we'll have to figure that one out. That's going to be kind of a challenge. I don't know if I want to put like LEDs on this thing. I could put like blue LEDs on it and make it look pretty. We need indicator lights, we need panels, we need all kinds of stuff. And so all the little attachment things that I've been making are all made in Fusion 360, which is a suite of three-dimensional design tools, as well as it now actually contains something called EagleCAD, which is what I would use to make circuit boards. So we've got all the abilities in front of us, and we've got the support of basically free CAD websites. I have an educational license to the software. You can get one too, but you have to sign up for a course at a community college It could be anywhere, but I think there's like a $30 one somewhere. You sign up for a course at a community college in 3D modeling, then you get your educational copy for 1 year, and you flunk out of the class. I don't know if that goes in your permanent record. We don't have permanent records, do we? They used to threaten us with it in school. It's going to go on your permanent record. Yeah. Where does that go after I graduate? Anywho, so that's the setup here. This is a water cooled, for no reason, laser etching table. What permanent record for that school district? Yeah, so somewhere in like Florida, they would be like, this person just cannot understand this CAD course. Anyway, yeah, so that's the project, and so I bought this giant piece of live edge wood. That's what's sitting over my shoulder there, over on that table. Giant piece of live edge wood. We've done a little bit to kind of like shore up the mechanicals and the laser axis itself, make it nice and, you know, have bespoke parts instead of just kind of being cobbled together like a proof of concept. It looks a little nicer than that. It's not quite professional, but we'll get there someday. I have a D in the state of Louisiana system in one calculus course. Life equals ruined. You immediately and completely, utterly tainted the remainder of your lifetime on this planet by getting a D in calculus. So anyway, yeah, burn the subs. It's coming together. There's still a lot of work to do. I'm trying to shore up the mechanics before I get into programming, because a lot of the programming I want to do kind of off camera, because it's not fun and exciting and cool. Programming streams will happen, and we'll get a lot of programmers in here, and they're an interesting sort. It's sort of you're not allowed to make mistakes around them, which is not what I try to preach here. I preach sort of running into the mistakes and the problems and the issues and just working them out, because a lot of the cool stuff happens after you make a mistake. But anyway, so we'll get to that eventually. They let you buy the fancy features per use. That's interesting. Possibly the only decision that they've made that isn't anti-consumer in the past couple years. Every time I hear about AutoCAD, it's another bullshit thing that they're doing to like limit users and, you know, do stuff that's generally anti-hobbyist. It's an unfortunate thing that they're like that. Anyway, so here's the three-dimensional drawing of well, this is the drawing. This is the rendering of all of the stuff. I thought I put an appearance override on this thing. Oh well, maybe not at the moment. Yeah, so this is the plan and what I've designed and printed out on the printer. I would like to redesign these 4 little nublins so that they can carry a bracket that'll hold on this panel. But I don't know if I threw out the brackets or not. I've been on a cleaning kick. You wouldn't believe it. Looking over here at this sort of like active crime scene that I seem to maintain as a shop. I posted, somebody, Brett Ultimus was like, show me your setups. I need inspiration for redoing mine. And I posted a picture of like the shop at like its dumpiest. I'm like, don't be me. What's the Eaton circuit breaker? I have a bunch of industrial parts, and so I wanted to put this circuit breaker on the railing too. So we'll do that in just a minute. What I did is I ended up finding a model in GrabCAD for a circuit breaker, and then I positioned it where it's supposed to go, or where I want it to be, and then I went into the sketch and I created a solid that fits into the DIN rail mount and has a screw just at the right spot to grab the circuit breaker. Now, I think I want to move it up a little bit. I don't know if I want it to be poking out of the bottom of everything, but then again, I can move everything up a little bit to accommodate it for now. Yeah, I might just do that. I might just move everything up a little bit, including that rail, even though it's in the wrong spot. We'll have to add corner cubes to this thing. Yeah, let's get to work on that part. So anyway, what I've been doing is basically positioning the solids and then designing around them. So we will import like a bubble tool. I think I want to try to use like a bubble grating on this because I think it'll look neat. We'll make like a 2mm panel, 2mm thick panel out of this, and then the remaining stuff that's not needed will be in that bubble pattern. And then up here, I'm going to need to emboss I'm going to need to emboss labels on this so that I know what the LEDs are, at least at first. We'll have 3mm LEDs, and those could be, I don't know, I have a variety of different colors of 3mm LEDs that we can put in there. But those will just press fit into the hole. Yeah, so that's the idea on Burn the Subs. It's a little clunky. I don't know about this power supply. I think it's too big. Oh yeah, by the way, the only 3D model I could find of this thing was of the smaller version of the power supply. So what I ended up doing is doubling it up. I doubled it up just so that the mounting holes would be sort of in the right location. And I don't know, it looks reminiscent of what I have. It's just not quite the same thing. It's not quite the same thing, you know? Close enough, though. If this was one of the half high ones, I guess I could have put it, like, up in the control panel. I don't know. It's better to spread everything out, though, just in case, because if something breaks on this, and I've had a Raspberry Pi just give up on life in front of me. It just died one day, right? I had a status light that indicated whether or not this thing was connected to Twitch, because it stays connected 24 hours a day, so that if subs roll in during the off hours, it'll still grab that name and then add it to the database where it can get burnt. So that's how this thing operates. So when I'm entering and exiting my shop during the evening, I would always look for that LED to be on. There was an LED somewhere on this that was on, and it indicated that it was on Twitch. And then one day I came into the shop and it was off, and I'm like, oh no! So I look it up. Usually it's a matter of, reissuing a key or just rebooting the machine. But in this case, the Raspberry Pi was just straight up dead. So I ended up going to Micro Center, like right then and there. Stream was like an hour or two late as a result, but I bought a Raspberry Pi and swapped it in. But that's the thing, is I want a plug here, all the motors hooked up via plugs and stuff like that. Less stuff soldered, more easily replaceable things. Yeah, I wonder what that would entail today. Hold on, let's take a look. I gotta move this glass away from the keyboard, otherwise I can't type properly. God, what is it with RGB LEDs, I know I'm not the first person to ever say it or have this complaint, but everything, because they want to show off that their device has the ability for you to set the color, everything is rainbows. Because the easiest thing to do, and probably the first thing that you would do with any RGB LED setup, is to test to see that everybody's working and in harmony with one another. All the LEDs function. And so what you do is you upload code to it, and that code ends up being just a rainbow display that just goes through the 0 to 255 values of the whatever PWM thing is controlling those LEDs, right? Just 0 to 255, red, green, blue. And then it ends up being a rainbow. And so every single computer hardware piece is a rainbow, unless, like, if they show it like red, you think, oh, it has red LEDs in it. I don't want that. My computer's blue. My freaking router is this color. Oh God. Really, how much does that thing cost? I could have had an RGB router in my stack over there. Well, this is the one that I end up getting. The router's amazing, by the way. I've got reception everywhere in the house. I can finally poop and be on my phone. I can finally poop. Anyway, yeah, I just wish people who set up these massive, cool-looking computers would spend a minute figuring out how to control everything in concert and have some sense of design for their case. Like, I want this thing to be this color, or I want this to respond this way. But instead, all you get is just a deluge of rainbows. But anyway, what are we looking for? We're looking for Raspberry Pi 3B Plus. A Raspberry Pi. Haha, they are still $4.99. That's nice. The Raspberry Pi Pico, that's powering my keyboard on the other computer, and it's perfect. It's great. Perfect use of a $4.99 microcontroller. I still got a stack of these things. They're not the wireless one, which is an extra $1. $4.99 for that, and there's all that computing power in it.
This is why my taking the Omnipods and making a microcontroller platform out of it is kind of dumb, because I can spend $5 and just get a new micro that'll run a billion things at a zillion miles an hour. They're getting more powerful, man. The Atmega 328 is no longer. I mean, it wasn't when they started using it. It wasn't that great. Now it's even less that great. It's like totally outclassed by the simplest of things. We spent all that time on the steering wheel project making the ATtiny 85 as nice of a microcontroller as that is, because it can run some pretty nice code. That thing can run pretty well. It's not amazing, but if you need small and simple, it's a really good microcontroller to be able to mess around with. But we made that Atmega ATtiny 85 run like balls to the wall timing code in order to do communications and stuff. We spent all that time working that in there. I could have just bought a Raspberry Pi Pico for like $1, and then it would have run perfectly all right. Crazy, right? Yeah, exactly. Me too, Mr. Yan. Exactly. It's like that. It's the same reason that I don't use Raspberry Pis in anything. The reason we're using a Raspberry Pi in this is because it has to get on the Twitch API. We've made one of those ESP8266s, those little Wi-Fi jobbies. We've made that log into the Twitch API. That's how the Fartbox works. But really, to be honest, like this thing is doing a lot of manipulation of different structures, and it does image processing too. So while we're not using the Raspberry Pi to its fullest, I think it's the best application that I can come up with for a Raspberry Pi. The other Raspberry Pi is running my refrigerator, and I should probably go catch it. Ha ha ha. Anyway, the other Raspberry Pi is running my refrigerator, and it also runs the Node-RED stuff, which is used to control all kinds of different things, including but not limited to all of my lighting, which when I change scenes, this light will turn on automatically because it's looking at what what do you call it? It's looking at what OBS scene is active. They don't list the actual Raspberry Pi, do they? Maybe we just do Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi. Show me. Show me the raspberries. I'm hungry. Where the fuck is this thing? It's not on this page. Where is this? Compute module, $11? Oh, because it doesn't have the Pi on it. Yeah, that's where the compute module 4 would go. This thing would be pretty cool to use, to be honest, for burn the subs. Can you imagine that? Oh, the Raspberry Pi died. Pops it off, pops another one in. If we could design flat cables that would go up to that stuff instead of a big ISA-looking cable. We'd have a PCIe slot, too. What the hell am I going to do with that? Yeah, the 4 is a little too much microcontroller for us. This is only $11. I mean, the module itself is probably, hold on, Raspberry Pi 4 compute nodule. I'll put this in my automaton. It'll be automaton of fun. They're not giving me a price. What is your price? What do you cost? No, not videos. Shopping. $84. $11 for this, $84 for this. Oh my God. $75, $79. No, we don't need $200 of micro running this thing. I don't need a $200 computer. No Clue 321 for 7 months of Prime. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And thank you guys for the follows. The follows, you'll only ever see your name on a follow if I accidentally pull up this window. I'm not shouting those out. Jeez, CM4 stick. Wait. Oh, for the compute module. Everything that attaches to the compute module is cheap. The compute module itself, $90. Yeah, so it's just not worth it. Now, what are we running for a 3B plus? 3B plus. Bonk. Are you fucking kidding me? $100? I don't. $200. Are you? Are you serious? Go away. That is wow. Okay. So maybe I need to like rethink what I'm using for this thing. Fucking silicon shortage, man. I can't believe that these prices that I'm seeing. I have an extra one, by the way. I always keep an extra on hand. So if anything happens to this one, I gotta buy another one. But I always keep one on hand. I was gonna build one of these for my nieces and nephew. I never got around to it. I should have bought all that stuff back when I had the idea for it, because the idea to build it. Because holy shit, these prices are not kind. Celia Russo, 60 months when I started subscribing, and now something wild long time. Yeah, this is great. Oh, you grown kitty. You've had enough time for a kitty to grow up and become lethargic. Look at just done with life. Yeah, Celia, thank you for 60 months. You didn't have to do it, but you did, and it's amazing. Yeah, Raspberry Pi prices are out of control. I mean, they were like $35 before the pandemic. Pi 2, Raspberry Pi 2, $50. So if any, 939, that's 10 pieces. Still, for 10, that's $100. Oh man, that's really bad. That's really bad. Raspberry Pi availability tracker site. I didn't know about this. Anything but the compute modules permanently out of stock. Yeah, I Orange Pi. Orange Pi is probably a lot cheaper, huh? Orange Pi. Orang Pi. $30. Not bad. That's eBay. It's like a drunk Raspberry Pi. Everything's off center. I know. I hadn't looked at prices, so we were looking at prices just to see what's going on. You know, this project runs off of a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, and I've had one die on me. So if another one dies on me, I need to buy one. And right now is the wrong time to be buying these things. A Bridgewater! Where's the trouble? Not time to fire lasers yet, is it? Not quite. We might get there soon. I want to shore up all this hardware first. 26 months, though. Thank you very much. That's kind of amazing. The large numbers that we're seeing. Oh, we got a boost train. What does that mean? Subs and bits to boost the stream. Yeah, I'm not cool enough for that. For some fucking reason, Twitch is like obsessed with helping all of the popular people. Oh, Celia, thank you for gifting a sub to Isaac Ewing. Don't waste your money trying to boost this stream, please. I want you guys to sub out of the goodness of your hearts. Does that... So this is $30. You're popular to us. Oh. Thank you. No, I actually do appreciate it. Verified account with 2-factor authentication enabled in order to purchase this thing. Ha! Really? So is this with the compute module or not? That's without it. So I can go to Micro Center and get this for $11, or I could buy it from Adafruit for $35 because they're insistent on being in the middle of New York City. Close. 100 bits boosting lasers to low Earth orbit. Thank you for the boosting. Thank you. You guys are going to put us into that realm where we start to get viewer bots trying to... The viewer bots are in a sad, sorry state these days. They used to give you links and like offer you stuff, and nowadays there's no link. It just says, hey, want to purchase users? And you have to like drill down into their profile to get any information. They're so stupid. Why do they exist still? And they get instantly banned by any competent filter that exists. So anyway, this project is Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, and I had no idea that this thing was an investment, apparently. So we're water cooling it even though we don't have to. If you look at a Raspberry Pi while it's in operation under thermals, you can see it basically looks like the circuit board is glowing and is even, which means that the profile, the heat profile across this entire thing is nice and even, which is kind of crazy. It's really well, the ground planes are really big and good, and all the heat's being dumped to them properly. So you don't need to water cool your Raspberry Pi, but we thought that the motor drivers were going to get overwhelmed by the size of the gantry, and they would need some kind of advanced cooling. So a little bit for the memes, I went and figured out how to water cool this thing, and that was by purchasing a Raspberry Pi sized water block. While you're doing that, you might as well just water cool your Raspberry Pi. So I'll be water cooling the Raspberry Pi, but now we don't need that water block anymore. Instead of having, I'll get the heat sinks off of these, but these TMC drivers, they don't, you know, it's not very efficient to dump all of your heat into like an insulating epoxy, right? Because typically you'd think like, oh, I have this chip and I need to cool it. Why don't I just throw a heatsink on the silicon, and that, or on the epoxy cover for the silicon wafer? That usually, I mean, that works a little bit, but really when you need to cool the chip efficiently, you dump all that stuff to ground because your silicon can be closer and you can have sort of a metallic interface to the whole thing, right? So that's what they do. They dump all their heat down into the circuit board. Now the circuit board is a piece of fiberglass that's fairly insulative. It insulates pretty well. So you put a bunch of vias on there, and those vias become sort of thermal transfer mediums. So what we have on the other side of this board is a big exposed ground plane. If I get a giant soldering iron and I can very quickly solder a brass tube to that, then we can have a brass tube running along the length of that that'll cool it. Or I guess we'll just take a look now. Or I could buy a water block. Let's just take a look and see if I can buy a water block for it. And then I'll just double-sided tape it to the back, and that'll cool everything very efficiently. Because there's a capacitor in the way. Actually, there's a couple things that I could do. If I was insistent on having something up above it that was cooling it, I was up above it. If I was insistent on having something up above it, I could actually just like, I would have to have like a bracket that would push down, and then I could just have a brass tube. It doesn't take much, you know? Let's just see if I can, water block 1/8 inch barb. No, nope. So you can buy these things all day, but these are fairly large hose fittings, which, you know, I could actually adapt those down. But these are big. These are not small. I need like micro-sized ones. Am I allowed to show that on Twitch? Ugh. Did we? I don't think we've summoned a bot yet. They might all be dead. Thank you for the 100 bitums if I didn't say that earlier. Sorry, I got a little distracty. I get all kinds of distracty. See, these are 120 by 40. That's way too big. I actually have a 3D model of one. Oh, look at that little reservoir. That's cute. That's probably what we should have on this, to be honest. I could use the different reservoir that I have. It's more of a vertical thing, and it's a little bit asymmetrical. I think we decided against it for this run. Before, we had a big aluminum reservoir. Aluminum is really what we should be calling it. That sort of solves the entire debate about aluminium versus aluminum. Is that it was originally called aluminum, so that's what you should refer to it as. I'm not gonna find what I need. I think Alpha Cool has a whole series dedicated to Raspberry Pi cooling. Product. We want Englandish. Oh my god. Weird. Where are your freaking products? Okay. The cool thing about AlphaCool is that they have 3D models of every one of their products. Or at least most of them. I mean, they have a whole section for 3D models. We can actually download a step file and put that into CAD in order to design around everything. Tubes, radiators, answer kits, SLI bridges. No, those are, oh, they actually do have dual bay coolers or dual bay reservoirs. Come on, man. DRAM. Take the heat into the swimming pool. Yeah. I always think about that. If I lived, like, because there's like a pond around here. If I lived near that pond, how irresponsible would I be? Like, what would I be doing with that pond? Would I be pumping a little bit of the pond water in order to run a heat exchanger that would then water cool, like, any computer that how are we still scrolling down? I'm looking for, like, water blocks. But it's, like, broken down into individual cooling plates. Hey, that's kind of cool. Wait, neat. That's kind of neat, I should say. I shouldn't say cool when we're working on this. Cape Cobra, what? Anyway, how irresponsible would I be if I lived, like, next to a, like a pond? There's, like, nothing in some of these categories, huh? Or would I throw, like, a huge length of PVC pipe into the pond and then pump my own coolant through that and then have that come into, again, a heat exchanger that would then run the clean water through all the water cooling stuff? I would love to do that. It'd be so illegal. Just, yeah, dump all the heat out into nature. like a nuclear power plant does. There's a lot of cool products on this site, and I don't want to look at it because I will end up wanting to buy stuff. Be like, whoa, if only I could get that reservoir on to burn the subs. No, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to do that. We have to use the dumpy stuff that's next to me in order to build this thing. XPX Pro 1U. It's for, like, servers. Pretty crazy. Can I get, like, more of, like, a list? Industrial. Now, what is the... Hold on. It's Alpha Cool Raspberry Pi. Mod my mods. Yeah, so there's this kind of block, and then there's the one with the... And we have two of these. Don't need any of this stuff. And there is another series of block. That's the one that we have, but I think maybe I'll want to use the blocks from the other burn the subs, because those will fit. And I could use one, and then maybe I can have, like, a piece of copper or a heat pipe, because remember I bought those heat pipes? Yeah, geothermal heat pump cooling system. You use the geothermal in order to provide power to the pump that's going to run the cooling. I got a burp. Okay, I burped. Okay, anyway, yeah, AlphaCool's the one that makes all this stuff for the Raspberry Pi water cooling. Now, I don't plan on actually, you know, overclocking the Raspberry Pi in any way. I just wanted to look at what kind of blocks there are, you know, what kind of blocks exist, so that we could potentially put something behind this circuit board and cool it. But I think what I need to do is just take the old board, which is around here somewhere, and remove the two blocks from that, and then I can just double-sided thermal tape them to that big trace in between the chips, and that'll just cool everything perfectly well. It's a little over the top, but I mean, that's why we're here, right? That's why we're here. The whole purpose of the be over the top. And this is certainly over the top. Is that a Raspberry Pi 4? I think it is. A compute... No, it's not. Is that a compute module? Kind of looks like it. Funny. Okay, anyway, yeah, back to CAD. Here's what I want to do. We don't have any cooling stuff to do on that, but what I'd like to do is finish designing this panel. This panel right here, we found quick connects that have an 1/8" hose barb on it. So that means that I'm able to run that tiny tubing that I have. We have a pump that I believe can supply enough water to the whole system under enough pressure that it's able to get all the way out to the laser. You see, The only thing that really justifies water cooling in this entire system is the laser. The laser is actually a 2-watt blue laser. It doesn't need to be 2 watts. It's just with DLP and all that kind of stuff. The way technology is moving right now is that blue lasers are it. They're the powerful lasers that we have access to. Blue looks cool. 2 watts of it is too much. There's a dangerous part about blue laser light that you need to be cautious about. One of the ways that we create all the different colors of LEDs is by dipping stuff in phosphor. Phosphorescence is like glow-in-the-dark stuff, right? When you expose it to ultraviolet light, it'll charge up whatever that thing is that'll then emit light. And so with that ultraviolet, if you can hit it against the phosphor, you can change its color. It's the same way, you know, black light. That's black light. Things that look kind of crazy under black light. And that's kind of how we do it, right? So phosphorescence is the reason that we have all these different cool colors, including white LEDs that are able to produce nice visible light. There's a lot of ultraviolet that's created by a diode when you make it produce, you know, a specific color of light. So the blue laser light contains a lot of ultraviolet, and that can be really bad for your eyes. So when you're playing with blue lasers, if you plan on playing with blue lasers, don't just look at these YouTube channels that have these obscenely powerful, because again, DLP projectors and stuff like that need, I guess, blue lasers. These obscenely powerful blue lasers that you can get for like dollars that these people on their channel show off, and there's just so much light that it looks sort of otherworldly. Get laser safety goggles because they're really, really dangerous. We're going to be running a 2-watt laser, and I will be reducing the power from it. The previous burn the subs was like 1.4 watts, and we actually overclocked it a little bit. We gave it a little bit more current than it should. With a diode, it's not like a filament, like a light bulb filament, where it'll get brighter and brighter the more current you give it. With a diode, it will allow all of the stuff to flow through and scrape off what it needs to make the light to a certain degree. And when it's overdone, it'll overheat and immediately die. So with a diode, with like an LED and stuff like that, if you over voltage it or over current it, it will produce the same light and then immediately stop. It just dies right straight away, right? Time to crack open the blue area drives. Yeah, those have a pretty decent laser in them, although it's tough to drill down all that hardware in order to get to the laser. You need to be really good at unpressing the laser out of what it's pressed into. Popped LED smell. LEDs don't pop the way they used to anymore. They don't. I think they changed the formulation of the epoxy. An LED is like a diode that's sitting in a little toilet bowl with like a reflector. That's what the toilet bowl is. And then you have a gold bonding wire that comes from the other leg of the diode. And so if you over voltage an LED in the past, that silicon diode wafer would overheat. It would turn the epoxy into something else and try to make smoke. There was nowhere for the smoke to go. Pow! It would explode. It was really fun, actually. We used to blow up LEDs with 9-volt batteries back in the 90s. I tried to have an LED stream where I explained everything about LEDs, and we screwed around with them, and I tried to blow them up. They wouldn't blow up. They've changed something. Nowadays, the diode just dies, and then it might smoke eventually. So anyway, if doing 1U servers, would it be more efficient to put 2 1U servers on top of each other, or 2U chassis, or use 2U cooling fans, higher wattage? But what? You're supposed to space servers out, unless you've got like a ton of airflow, I guess. Yeah, cheap laser safety goggles are also not exactly very safe. I saw some tests that somebody did with cheap ones, and it's not good. They let through quite a bit of ultraviolet light. Not good. Hold on, I gotta get my phone charging, my insulin pump / phone. So anyway, at some point we will get to lasers, but the laser is the only thing that really justifies water cooling, because that diode, while it's scraping off the voltage that it needs in order to produce light and all that stuff, it also heats up quite a bit. And so in the case of laser diodes, they heat up quite a bit. So they're pressed into metal, and that metal is supposed to radiate the heat out. That's where water comes into play. So what we've done is in Fusion, and I don't have it open right now, we have a water cooling jacket that'll go around the laser. I need to run water through that 3D print in order to get it to cool the laser off. We'll have to experiment with methyl ethyl ketones, this wonderful chemical that I still have sitting on my desk in front of me, to seal that 3D print. But we're not doing that yet. Maybe we'll play with that tomorrow. I don't know. But what I've done is what have I done? What I did and what I'd like to do with this system is have this capable of unplugging from the wall and operating properly. I'm wondering if I should put the circuit breaker like sticking out the side. Everything else is sticking out the side. I just did this really hastily in order to get the get all the stuff in. But yeah, so this right here is a connector that I can disconnect, and it cuts off water flow. So for saving costs, 2 machines in 2U is cheaper, but for fixing stuff, yeah, 1U is the way to go. Really? Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe I want this circuit breaker to stick out the side. Can it do that? I think it can. So what I did is I designed a little thing to hang this on the rail so that I could tuck this underneath. But if I do that, where did the circuit breaker go? Where did it go? I gotta find, I think it's on the other desk. It's all the way over here. Ow, hit my freaking shin on, okay. There it is. So it's not an Eaton. I didn't find the exact part, but I found something basically the same. This is a DIN rail mounted circuit breaker. These things are cool because you put a bunch of them into an industrial cabinet and you can run everything on those DIN rails, and then when stuff on the DIN rail fails, you just swap it out for another one, which is where this project should be going, but I don't want to have a giant cabinet on the side of the wall. Maybe one day we'll do the giant cabinet, but that's not this. But anyway, I would like to have a circuit breaker on this thing. I don't know how many amps this thing does, but it'll just keep stuff from kind of going south. I mean, this says 3A on it. I don't know if that means that this is 3 amps. At 120 volts, 7.2 amps. Huh. Wait, yeah. 7.2 amps. So if this goes full tilt, it'll break the circuit. Okay. Well, we can try it at least. I've got other circuit breakers anyway. Swap in. But so this here sticks out of the bottom, and then I won't be able to lean it up against the wall. So maybe I have to rethink that. If I do some kind of like a mid-mount, I could have it stick out. This is like bending it because it's not fully attached. Hold on. Get this back over here. Careful now. He's a hero. I could have this portion of it stick out of the power side. How would that work? I mean, it'd be pretty big. It's a big thing, but if this sticks out of the side, then I would need some way to mount it behind, and then I'd also need to be able to get to these screws in order to put the wires on it. Maybe that's not such a hot idea. Maybe it's not a great idea. Maybe all my ideas are crap. Maybe I should stop having ideas. I don't know. I mean, it would be cool if the ability to cut this thing off was just right out in front. And then I wouldn't have to put the switch on it, because I could just use this. Although I don't think it's good to be using these as switches. I don't think you're supposed to do that. Really, in a setup with this thing, you'd have like a contactor and stuff. So you'd turn a key and then press a button, and then it would magnetically close a circuit. And so if there's a power fluctuation or the emergency stop button is hit, then that current would cut off and it would release the magnet. Basically, when you push the button, it completes a circuit that keeps itself closed. And then when that circuit is broken, it opens. So that's one specific safety circuit, and that's also connected to the big red button that turns it off. But that's not what we have here. We have a much smaller scale, non-industrial, low current thingy-majig. If I put it under, then for now, it would stick out, and I could move that rail if I want to sort of hide it under there. Well, let's design the rest of the panel, I guess. I don't think I want to have the circuit breaker sticking out of the side. I could have like a fuse. I do need safety equipment on this thing, though. You know, and this is the first step. Release the magnets. It's my brewing system. The brewing system that I put together does use that because I got a bunch of industrial parts, again, from the same person. Got a bunch of these industrial din rail parts, and part of it, I think, was for an escalator. So I put together all the stuff, and so now when I turn on the brewing system, I click the switch over, it goes, you know, an indicator light goes one color, then I press the contactor, it goes clunk, and everything connects internally, and then when I want to stop it, I hit the emergency stop, and it goes clunk again, and everything turns off. It's a lot of fun, actually. Nope. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is a little over the top. Because it's this giant din rail thing, and everything else is like this sized. I don't have any fuse holders, though. I do have a couple of these things that are integrated, though. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we should just not include that for the moment, huh? That is, oh yeah, there. So that, and then the body for it is this. We'll just not worry about it for now. Because I got a power switch and everything over here. It's just having that giant thing sticking out of the side of this. I still need to make room for, or a way to mount a couple circuit boards under here for power regulation. Because this thing has to make a couple different voltages. All right, so what do I want to do? What do I want to do? I need a couple indicator lights on this. And I don't want anything to be below these sockets because those will drip. But I don't want them all the way at the bottom because they'll interfere with my ability to put a screw through this whole thing. So many decisions I have to make. Okay. One thing I want to do is get the thing that's going to make those bubbles, the bubble pattern on this. There's, in the Fusion, I guess, App Store, there is a thing that we can install. Let me see how to get to that. Here, why don't we go to face cam while I figure that out? So, how do I get to the App Store? What the hell even is that? Extension Manager. No, these are like the... Yeah, those are crazy. Hold on. Is it through the account? Account, preferences, profile, feedback, refer to a friend. No. Oh, you know what? It's in the add-ins. Yeah, that's right. Okay. It's all the way over here. This would be utilities, add-ins, App Store. And then we just need to do like free. Well, actually, it's in, I believe it's in one of the yeah, most popular apps. That would be, is it not? Helical gears, airfoils. Oh, I guess it's not. Oh, here we go. VORNOI sketch generator. It's a free add-in, so all I need to do is just do like 164. Download. Damn it. Back over to here. Huh? Yeah, that's the, you know, that's part of the purpose of them too. Yeah. It keeps you isolated. You're not switching 3 phases at all. You're just switching, you know, 1 phase, hopefully with some better circuit protection and everything, or, you know, more sensitive circuit protection on it and everything. Hold on, I gotta sign in. Which requires a code from an app that you guys can't see. You're not allowed to see this. You just can't. What app is that again? Jeez, I don't want to deal with this right now. Doot. Okay, there we go. Now I've downloaded it. It's an MSI file. course. There's also an extension that lets you install, it helps you install stuff for Fusion 360 that's been developed on GitHub. So that's a really nice one to have. That's how I did the infill maker. Autodesk plugin installer, go. Leaking password. Forklift charger boards. 48 volts at 125 amps? Holy crap. What would you even do with that? Success. Yeah. No, it's better than one of those files where when you run it, it just flashes a console, like a command window that just instantly goes away and you're like, what just happened? Yeah, Fusion Filler came from GitHub, and there's an add-in that allows you, or that helps you install that, which is pretty cool to have. Run. Yay. Really? Steam does that? It's always scary. It's always scary. So yeah, here's my bubble plugin. So what I need to do is I can now go to the sketch for that, for the surface that I want to bubble. So if I go to, this is bodies, I want to go to sketches. This drawing is a mess. That's really going to be your first chat right there. That weird fucking thing to ask. Yeah, I don't even know that fucking movie, so whatever. Anyway, so we're gonna make bubbles out of this thing. This is rolled back the solid to where the sketch was created, so it's just a big solid piece. But what I want to do now is use the tool in order to create bubbles. So I can actually just go. Well, actually, I don't even wait. Hold on, we don't need to mess with that. Finish sketch. So if I go to and just view the sketch, right? I just want to see the sketch there. And then I can choose that area, choose the bubble tool, the length and the width. I'm going to use the profile size. And then it opens up a separate editor window where you can actually design the bubbles, which is over here. So there it is. Those are the bubbles. Now that's too small for the 3D printer. 3D printer is not really going to enjoy that. The slicer, more than the 3D printer, is not really going to enjoy that. So I'm going to actually lower it very significantly. I mean, we'll take that down to like 30. Why is that not? Oh, because they're so big, they're not filling the area. 26 apparently is a bit of a sweet spot. I don't know what the relaxation coefficient is on this. But yeah, it makes kind of like a cool little pattern, right? It's just kind of like a bit of a varied pattern. We need far fewer cells, by the way. This needs to be very few. That almost actually works out. And nice thick lines in between them. Now that's going to be a little complicated. Yeah, get this for laser cutting. Yeah, with like a lot of bubbles, it'll be tough for the printer because we need like a filament size in between these. We don't need a border. Padding is probably what we'd want, but okay. So if I do that and I just publish to Fusion 360, that's going to put that in this sketch. And so, or no, I think it made a different one. Did it make a new one? The only problem with the bubble tool is that it puts it at origin. It doesn't actually move it to the position where you want it. It'll just put it at that sketch, but it'll put it at origin. So I can take that and drag it into this area. But I don't know if that'll print properly. Maybe it will. I guess we could just try. This doesn't look as random as I'd like it to be, too. So I'm actually going to Control-Z that. I'm going to Control-Z that one. It broke a couple of my extrusion steps. Weird. Okay, let's try again. I'm wondering if I want to do it across the entire thing or just one. Yeah, you could do cobblestone with that. Yeah, absolutely. It's a cool little tool. I mean, it creates kind of a more interesting grading than you would normally get. With this, I don't think it's going to honor the cutouts. I mean, same with the LED there. It's not going to honor the cutouts. So I don't know. I don't quite know what to do with that. I can't really mirror. I mean, I guess I could build it and then mirror image it, and then I could extrude and cut. Yeah, there's going to be more steps to creating the panel, I guess. Yeah, if you need to quickly generate like a cobblestone pathing and stuff, that would be a way to go. It would be pretty cool. All right, anyway, let me work with this a little bit and see what we can do in order to build the paneling around this stuff. I tried to kind of like group these together, and then this one requires 4 I think we did like 5 or something indicator lights, because it's power okay. What are the things on the power supply itself? It's like 2 for the power supply. So that would be AC okay and bus okay. So if the AC's all right and the 24-volt bus is okay, one of them will just be on the 24 volts. So 1, 2, 3, and then 5 volts and then 12 volts. So it's 5 LEDs to indicate all the power statuses. I could potentially put a 6th in there to say that it's connected to Twitch, but I don't think I really should, because that's what the control panel will do. We'll have an indicator on the screen that will say that it's connected to the Twitch API. Oh, they already use it. Okay, good call. VORNOI or whatever. I don't even know I don't know how to pronounce it. I can't pronounce anything. I've only ever read the word. It's funny how some numbers are like perfect, and then others need significant massaging in order to fit on. I don't know if that's going to show up in the 3D print. And that's like a little thick, huh? So relaxing. No, don't relax. A little bit of relax. Nah, don't relax. I guess you can't like drag the mouse around and edit them. We don't want a border. We already have a border. I don't know about padding. So if we take this pattern, I don't know. By the way, all the others don't really... actually, that's kind of cool. No. 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 These are dumb. Probably have to edit the settings in order to get that to work. Back to curved. I think curved is probably better. So I move this over to Fusion. Let's see how that works. So that's now in that sketch. So I'll go to edit that sketch. And I don't need to see all the solids, so we'll unview everything. And, oh God, I gotta go through these all. I'll just turn off the ones that are immediately in the area, which is all this stuff down here. Because I don't wanna select stuff that I can't grab. All right, yeah, that's everything I need, except for I won't be moving origin. I could use the move command and get it a little bit more clinical, or I could just grab it and move it. Fusion gets a little weird when you start working with lots of stuff, like lots of patterns and objects and stuff. So there is our solid placed over the enclosed area. So finish that sketch. Now I can extrude. If this thing will get its, there it is. If it'll get its act together. Now I haven't figured out where the LED is going yet, but if I extrude that -2 with a join, that creates this. Yeah, cool looking grid. I like that. It's just a slightly different thing from, you know, what typically would be on the side of a control panel. It's sort of like a messy grating. Yeah, we could work with that. We could work with that. Okay, so anyway, I'm not generating that yet. We need to get all the LEDs in there and then give the radii to the LEDs. We need to do the same thing with the DIN socket and the two water plugs over there. This garners a new sketch. We need a new sketch. So I'm going to Control Z my way out of this mess that I've created for myself. Hopefully I have enough history with Control Z to actually oh, I go all the way back. Undo, create, VORNOI, whatever. We probably need a new sketch for this, to be honest, just because I would like to project parts of this hardware in. And so in terms of the algorithm that we're building, which is all the steps at the bottom of the screen, I need to do this at this point in time, and I need to not already have done it. Look, we're getting into like time stuff, right? This is like when movies try to do time travel. Everything gets a little bit confusing, and the tense that you're supposed to use to describe it is like a past, future, imperfect. I don't know, man. Anyway, the point is, all the stuff that's done to manipulate the bodies doesn't happen until after this sketch is created. I need to project stuff from these parts that I've rearranged onto this sketch. It's better to make a new sketch at this point. So we're going to unview this sketch, and I'm just going to create a sketch on this face. We'll have to do that for the other side too. But what I'd like to do is figure out where these LEDs are. So I'm going to plan for 5 LEDs. Yeah, 5 LEDs and labels on top of them. We could do the text in Fusion, luckily. So we'll probably move these down a little bit. So I need to figure out where all of my 3mm holes go. And actually, we'll not base it off of this LED. What we'll do, 2mm might not be deep enough. Maybe we'll build a little structure around that. I'll have to see about that. Oh yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff. It's the VODs, whatever, is just like a way of doing it, I guess. It's just like a way of generating that stuff. It's like an algorithm that you could put into your own program. You don't have to work in Fusion 360. And that's exactly why that plugin exists, is because somebody went, oh, a cool algorithm, and then they put it on a thing that would create sketches, and they're like, how can I get that sketch into Fusion? That's why it's free. because it's easy. It's so easy. What direction should the text face? Should the text be at 90 degrees, or should it be straight up and down as we're looking at it right now? I have more room for it if it's straight up and down as we're looking at it right now. But if it's at 90 degrees, when it's up on the wall, it'll be normal. It'll be readable. How do I get the text to show through? I want it to be like a benchy so that you can like read what it says easily, but with one color of filament. Because remember, we're thinking about, this is a 3D printed object, right? And so we got to be cognizant of the fact that the bed is there. This is what the bed, this is the side that touches the bed, and then this is the stuff that prints upwards. Having like an insert on a panel like this would be kind of cool. Like you'd screw in a panel that could then get removed if you need to, but that's so much trouble. I like having multiple different types of filament going for my prints. I wonder if we should do that. Should we design this to be like a panel that fits in and then screws in? That would mean that I need something that can screw to this, which would mean I'd need standoff material inside of this. How do I want to do that? Well, if I take like one countersunk screw on either end, but then it's weak. It'll be weak. And these do not like weakness. These can smell fear. Because yeah, if that panel is only weakly attached, then it's prone to failure. Yeah, we'll do it one solid piece. We'll print this as one solid piece. I'll be merciful to myself. So what I need to do is move this LED down, and I need to figure out what the height of the LEDs are going to be. I mean, Fusion has a pattern creation thing, so I'll just use that. And it's 5 LEDs. and then the text for them. So if I do 10 points, well, the text can be a little closer to the LEDs. So let's see. We've got, there's create a rectangular pattern out of it. We got to figure out the height for it first. And the text is going to be horizontal. So let's move our view. That is absolutely the wrong way. Like that. Now we understand what it'll look like a little bit better. LED text, LED text, LED text. Yeah, okay, cool. So let's see. I want to split this whole thing up, and actually the pattern tool is the way to do it. So if I create, I'm going to do it as a construction. I don't know if I need to like make one here. We'll make one 3mm like that. Create rectangular pattern, and then it goes, direction is this way. Where are the rest of my tools for this? Oh, there they are. Why did it? That was weird. I guess when you choose the direction, it does it. So the distance is, can we do it that way? Yeah, -275. I don't know what that distance is yet. Hold on. Cancel the pattern. Let's just figure out what this is. 72.5. Okay. So take that, create. Well, actually, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. The first one can actually be offset half of the distance of this pillar here. So let's take this distance. This is how far. So 3mm from the end. What? Oh, yeah, that's the center because of, yeah, all right. That one's 2, so we're going 1mm down. That's not going to work. Well, 1mm down for the start of the pattern. Actually, to be fair, I should probably extend this another millimeter, so that's 3mm, so it matches this and this. That post is actually extended. This is a mess. This solid is a mess. This whole design is a mess. I'm a mess. I can't get myself together for this. 3mm diameter. And then we're going to take that and start the pattern basically from one edge to the other edge. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm just kind of like spitballing everything. Create. Oh, wait, I need to know the distance. Hold on. Well, it's like 70. It's like 70 something. 73, 72. 71.481. What a weird number. Rectangular pattern this way. And we'll go 71. And we're going to make 12? No, because it's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's not. I mean, I can do 10. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 9, 10, obviously. But it's like, these are the ones. So we're going to make, well, okay, so if we go down to 7, which will be the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are, I mean, they're evenly spread, but it definitely needs space on the edges. Yeah. So I guess I'm gonna elongate this a little bit in order to get them to be. They're not. I mean, if I do the pattern from the center in both directions, maybe that's the way that I need to do it. So yeah, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's undo all this crap. So from the center, and then I do a 3mm here. That's one of the 5. I could just use math to do this, but I'm too lazy. So I end up doing more work. Symmetric this way, and we go until a certain distance, just arbitrarily, where I think I have enough room for text above this thing, like that, and then I do 5. And look at how close I was with placing the physical LED. Hey, not too bad. Give it a little bit more room. Like that. That's pretty good. So yeah, those centers are what I'll use in order to place the object LEDs. Those are 3mm. They should probably be 3.2, which is easy enough for me to manipulate. 3.2. That way the LED will be a bit of a pressure fit, and it'll the 2mm of plastic will hold it in place. I'll probably actually there's probably needs to be another ring around it, to be fair. So let's make like what, like, yeah, something like a 5mm maybe around that. I'll just draw them individually. I probably should have done I should have done it before doing the pattern, but now I'm stuck here doing it over and over again in this. That makes a 1.5mm surround for the LED. If I really wanted to be fancy with this, I'd print out of clear filament. I would print out like an insert and then put the LED behind the insert, because the clear PETG, when it gets through the printer, when the printer does all the lines and stuff, makes a really good diffuser for LEDs. It makes a very, very nice diffuser. But oh well, let's not be too fancy. Oh well, LOL. So we want this to support our LEDs in spite of the bubble around it. And then the labels, I'm gonna get rid of the LED because it's in the way right now. Beep, boop, beep, bop, 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 bonk. Okay. The labels for them, I would like to be in the plastic. Now, by the time I'm done, the bubbles aren't even gonna show through. We don't have enough room for the grating. The grating I might just do on the other side of this, the panel that's opposite of this one. It kind of sucks. Well, we'll see what happens. So I need to create text. So there's a tool for that. So this would be like, oh my God, bottom text. 5-volt, okay. Font. Now we've used Fusion on this computer for a while. That means that I might actually have Avener. Yeah, I do. Okay. I use Avener on it because it's just a little bit different. Bada bing. And then the size, height would be like 5. Oh God, it's even 4, 3, 1. Oh my God. 2.5. Probably 3, actually. I'll fix it in a minute. Jeez. Just 5V. That's much easier. I probably should have put the text into the pattern tool too. How do you edit the double click? Yeah, there we go. 12V. Oh, it's literally just going to be it's just an LED that's hooked up to the voltage. That's it. That's all it is. That's it. That's all it's going to be. There's nothing special about these. These are indicator lights to say that that voltage is there. That's all it needs to do. I'm hoping this will come through with the 3D printer, all right. 5-volt, 12-volt. Let's copy and paste that again. Ah. 5 volt, 12 volt, 24 volt. Oops. 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 Damn it. 24. All it's going to be is a resistor that's connected to the circuit. It doesn't, there's nothing that needs to be more complicated, you know, about it. However, the power supply itself provides us with the bus OK and the, what was the other one? Mod or something like that? It was AC OK and then bus OK. And we'll put those on there. 24 volts is basically my bus OK LED confirmation, but whatever. One over there. And I've got to click OK on the dialog. It's a little bit less intuitive than it could be, but bus. And then this one will be AC. I mean, without AC, nothing else is going to light up, but I guess it's specific to the power provided being okay. So it's possible that, you know, if my power goes all crazy go nuts, then I'd have a little bit of trouble. 5, 12, 24 bus and AC. Now the question is, the reason that I'm making them so huge is so that the lettering actually shows up in the 3D printer. Because like the little triangle inside the A is going to be kind of difficult for this. Wow, this is really irresponsible of Fusion to have it render like this. Why is it not vectorized? What is this? Why is this not vectors? What are they doing? What up, Gonad? Why is it not vectors? That's so weird. I don't know if the bubble is going to be a good idea on this panel. I might just have to make this panel what it is. It's what it's, you know? Where's my ground okay light? Yeah, okay. This is called Burn the Subs, and it's a control panel that... Well, okay, we're doing the hardware for Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs itself is a giant board on my wall. Let me move the camera so you guys can get a better view. It's a giant board on my wall that's controlled by subscriptions. When somebody subs to the channel, their name is going to go into a bunch of computery stuff that'll do its beep boop magic on it. And when it's done, it starts moving a gantry on this gigantic live edge board. And when it does that, it will be positioning a laser in order to etch the Twitch username onto the board. So this is the setup. Pretty cool. Circuit board actually mounts to this thing, and then the laser sits here, and then that will burn the name of a user. And that's it, right? But we're trying to make this kind of a more professional setup because Burn the Subs has come a long way. I've got 2 boards already that are completely full of names. This one's going to have a little bit more design to it, and then when I'm finished it, I am liable to just sand them all off and start over. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Unless I can like find somebody with a bandsaw, like a really big lie-down bandsaw, that'll be able to chop this board in twain in order to have it so that I have 2 boards out of this one. I don't know. This is a very thick board, and I only really needed a veneer. Anyway, that kind of problem aside, Burn the Subs needs something to run it. It's rusting a little bit. Shit. So that's what we've been working on. You know, we've been working on the parts for this thing for a while. All the 3D printed stuff on the carriage there, you know, most of that's done. The last couple things we're doing is water cooling it. I'm gonna have to bust out all these wires and redo them. And then of course I needed to find a place to mount this little light as a little a little caution light. But anyway, that's what we're working on. So we're working on the control panel right now, and I'm trying to get everything mounted properly. So we have to actually create a... Okay, we have to actually create a... we actually have to create the panel for the whole thing. I like how you use a Milton emote, because that's literally why I made that scene. Milton's a very cool guy. He's a very funny guy. And I wanted that Zoom joke. So yeah, anyway, my mic pops out when I'm moving around. And the little connector, because I'll stand on the wire and then I'll move my hips and it'll just pop out. So so anyway, we're making a we're making a control panel. There we go. Jeez, how do mouth move to make noise? We're making a control panel that's going to have some indicator lights on it, and we're using this big extensive power supply, and we're doing it all in Fusion so that I can 3D print these solids. And so these solids will make up, you know, the stuff. Now these elements I can just emboss. I mean, I could make like a thing that goes around them so that they're supported. I don't have a location to like center these on. I actually should do that. Yeah, let me do, so I'll put a line down, I'll put a construction line down the whole thing. I mean, it's okay if this is a little sloppy too, because if I had made that out of 10 elements instead of 5, then I would have a location to put these, but I think they should be a little closer to what they're marking. Always make the text box the full width of the opening and then center the text. Oh, that's a good idea too. That's a good idea too. I noticed that I had a little center point on these, so I can just do this. But then again, the box doesn't necessarily represent. Yeah, I think you're right, Smith Clay. I think you're right. That would be the way to do it, is to take the box and go bada bing, bada bingus. And then take the text, center it. Yep, that is definitely, you are a smart. You are a smart. Why is it extending as I move it? That's a weird one. Take this, pop that over there, pop this over there. Nope. Yep. Double click. Center. Can I clip that and play it for the wife? I'm a little biased. I don't know if that'll help you. What? What? Huh? What? Control Z. Okay, bus is staying there. We're not moving the bus. There's no point. Why does it extend when I move it up and down? That's so weird. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. 2-4V, bada bing, bada boom. I'll get this. Center. Okay. Move it down just a little bit. That's pretty good. Now, I don't know if I want to make like, because if I was going to do the bubbles thing with this, I could make like a little plate and then cut the bubble around that plate, which is what I plan to do with the LEDs. Because it's going to look pretty boring, actually. It may look cool right now, but it's going to look really boring when everything's the same height and everything, right? I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to. Oh God, it's when it starts thinking like that about what you're trying to do. No. I think it's good enough, right? Let's see. So there's the text. It doesn't look centered. That's the weird part. If I really wanted to save space, I guess I could move the LED over and then put the text next to it, like to the right. Did your keyboard end up working? Yeah, I didn't finish the screen. We're gonna have to come back to that. I need to find code to run all the different stuff that I want out of that screen. Should I do it like that, or should I have the text to the right of the LED? Because if I move that down, like I have it on one side and then I have the text next to it. Yeah, I want that, because that way then there's more room for bubbles. or it's a little less, it's a less of a mystery. And then get rid of this. Now, will these move as one? Yes, okay. So hold on, Control Z that, and then make that construction line, and I'll do like 4 millimeter and attach them like that. So now we can put this here. I don't really know how to make that. Why is it turning? Wait. Why is it turning? Why is it turning? It shouldn't be turning. What's going on here? Why is it? It's on an axis. Why is it on an axis? Look at that. Why are you like this? Wait a minute. Let's constrain you. No. We're not doing weirdo text-along paths with this crap. You keep it at a 90-degree angle, all right? I don't want to have to deal with that crap from you. All right, so to the center, I guess I can do like, yeah, they're not at the same height, but this would be like, so maybe like 9 millimeter. Let's just put that to the side, and I can just do like, just do 9 at 90 degrees. There you go. That'll just lock it in, and I can change that if I want. Make that like 8. Actually, it should probably go to, well, technically it should go to one of the corners, but I don't, I do kind of want the text to be starting from the same position every time. 4 and 3, but that would be a little too tall. So it has to be 2.5 and maybe 4. 4 would be too close. 2.55. Okay, we'll do that. It'll be the upper left corner. Oh, why is that still constrained? Hold on. Control Z my way. 2.55. What the? Yeah, it looks like I can't go to the upper corner because it'll stretch the box. Well, not really. Well, it doesn't matter if it stretches the box. I want that text to be, you know, uniform. So 2.55 is the answer. If I had 100 of these things to do, then I would be using the pattern tool for all of this instead, but 2.55. I didn't want to have to be this rigorous. I want to just have a Thursday where we could just hang out, work on this, get stuff done, which we're doing, so whatever. Okay, why are you confused? Scaring me. Fusion gets a little grumpy sometimes. Oh, it's making me compute stuff. Ugh. Also, the text editing stuff is relatively new to Fusion, so seems like it has a little ways to go. All right, so now that the text is centered as well as I can get it, it's off by a little bit, but it's not that much. Uniform and put into the right spot. Yeah, I think that's a little better, isn't it? Because now there's no question of where the, you know, what the indicator light is indicating. Yeah, the points on the edge are for scaling. The point in the center is for movement. but I want the upper left-hand corner to be the same because that's just where it's the same in the font by the orientation of these things inside of their own boxes. I don't want to center it because the length of the text is different per thing. I want it to be along that line. These are things that Microsoft Word has done for a billion years, but okay, that's pretty good. Do I do bubble on this or not? Do I trust this thing with bubbles or not? Bubbles. Bubbles and bubbles. If I were to bubble it, I would want to have like a panel around it. Wait, that does not look, that is not centered. Oh, that's because of the size of the text. 2.5 is a little much, huh? Weird, because it almost was centered with 5 volts, but 2.5 is too tall, so 2.3 is a little bit more centered. Does that look believable yet? Not really. 2.2. Yeah, we'll do 2 Mark II for all these. This is where I probably should have used constraints in order to do the length, so I'd only have to change one number. Oh well. Oh well, LOL. JK. Looks like it's 2. Yeah, that's about... Okay, so it is 2 for all these. Jeez. Sorry, gotta go through them again. I could have had them centered on their boxes, and then that would have been easier to get exactly right, but I don't really think it needs to be totally exact. This would have been Microsoft Word. Yeah, if I did any change, everything would move around and explode. Schmide with a 50-month streak. Geez, Silly is here with 60, Schmide with 50. These numbers are huge. Half day for my fitty. Aw. Thank you for the 50 months. Holy crap, man. I appreciate that very much. Very, very much. It's 2. Your font height is 4. I should have known that. I should have known that the X height would have been... Damn it. Oh, well. Oh, well. All right, so we've got all that stuff. Now I could just boringly emboss that. Your subs are going to be entering kindergarten. I could very boringly just emboss all of that, right? And that's one way to go about it. Onto like a 2mm panel, and then I'd lengthen the LEDs out. And then I could do the bubbles on top of that in like another sketch so that I keep my sketch elements separate, because otherwise it's going to be just one big confusing sketch that you can like barely edit with too many attachment points and stuff. Yeah, okay, so we'll start with that. So there's that sketch. Now we can, well, but if I do, so, oh, I have an idea. No, but then the elements won't be large enough. I was thinking of, like, if I could print these and then have the bubble around them, but then it would be indecipherable. That's the only problem. I'd need, like, a panel and then have this cut out of the panel with, like, a radius around it. I mean, I could do... All right, hold on. I need to make an outline around these in order to create that area. So then we're going back into the sketch. Great, perfect, just what I wanted to, okay. I mean, what would this look like? If I go from here to some place over here. Not quite. There is a center trough, but it's kind of cursed. A slot, rather. Center slot. From the center to the slot. I thought that was centered. I feel ripped off. Oh yeah, because it's not, the box isn't centered. Right. Right. There to there. That's too big. That kind of does it. 4.6. You're not going to be able to see that surround for the LED. Actually, yes, you are. Like 4 point something. depending on what I want to do with the outside of it. I'd rather move it in a little bit from there, though. The only problem is I don't have anything to anchor to, so. Unless I did a rectangle to the center, and then it wouldn't matter. This is complicated. This is a little complicated. If I make it universal, then it has to fit all of these, which are different lengths. In which case, I'd have more trouble with the 3-character ones, which are all of these. So if I create... Yeah, see, and then that works into my support for it on the other side. So what do I want to do with that? Now, I can keep in mind, I can make this as small and intricate as I want, but the problems will arise when I try to print it. A lot of this stuff might not come through in the 3D print. I got to be careful about that. Which is why I'm tempted to make this just one solid panel, and then, I mean, it would be cool to have the little oval cutouts around the text, though. If I move those in a little bit, I could have more room for that bubble. Yeah, because bus isn't exactly centered on this, but these are getting a little close. Now they're getting super close. But now I have room for the bubbles. Bubbles. See, like that, and if I anchor that down at a particular distance, of course I can make that shorter too. I just don't know if this is going to come out in the 3D print is all. So like that, and then we'll anchor that to a particular length. 1.4. And the length. Well, I don't really need to, well, I should anchor the length. Now, D, right? For distance? Yeah, there we go. 7.7. There. And I guess I can use the pattern tool on that. Why is that not? Oh, because the radius isn't locked in. .6. That doesn't look centered. 7.7. Yeah, I guess that's good enough. Let's see. So I don't need to necessarily give it a radius. If I take this and then I do create rectangular pattern like that, symmetric. What were our parameters again? They were, oh God, I forget. 28. And then it was 5. And it's, oh, symmetric. I don't know what that's doing. Yeah, see, look at that. That doesn't look right. Well, I guess if it's not anchored down, I can alter it, especially for like this one. Yeah, the 2-character ones are like 0.5 volts. Oh, I can't. I actually can't alter that. Huh. Bubbles around it might not be the best idea then. If they were all 3 characters, they would look a little better. Or if I could center this here, which is the difference between 5 and 7.5. I don't know. This should make that 7. Yeah, if I just make that 7, it looks better. Okay. These aren't centered, though. Oh, God. This is so fiddly. I hate it. That's not even, that's not, oh, it's terrible. Oh, look at it. It's 6.8. No, it's 6. It's 6. 6 is closer. 6.2. That's a little, no, it's like 6.1. A and C, like there and there. I guess that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That one is also uneven. 6.5. No. Why is that like that? Oh, it's because it's not right up against there. Whatever. Close enough. So that's with the little bubbles around everything. Bus looks a little restricted in its bubble bus. That'll be okay. So if I wanted to make a panel out of that, I could make avoiding the text. Well, I can't have floaties, but I can have like a partial embossment, and then the 3D printer will go over top of that, and then it'll do like a bridge on it. But these, I could also make the ovals a little panel, and then we can bubble the rest. So let's use the bubble tool now. The Vituri, what is the word? VORNOI, macaroni? I can't say it. I can't do it. I just can't. Okay, do this, and then we need very few cells because we need big borders. So we turn the scale way down. Turn the cell count to where it actually, okay, 2 is outright. Where it actually makes an interesting pattern, but VORNOI. Okay, there we go. VORNOI. Thank you. Voracious. Yeah, we need it to be pretty relaxed, but it's just going to create, this is going to almost create a hex pattern if I let it do this. So either fewer or more cells. Less is more, but not necessarily in this case. Now, you know, obviously this would look the best. This would look great, but the 3D printer just doesn't have it in it to make that. That's pretty good. That has a bunch of stuff. I need to make sure that there's enough filament in between because it's not really gonna come out. Oh wait, yeah, no, we should have done a new sketch. Yeah, that's too many elements. Hold on. No, not necessarily. It can. Thinner layers can make the 3D print better. And then nozzle size. If I did a small nozzle, I could probably print this stuff. Or if I had an SLA or whatever it is, the UV exposure printer. So I want to create a sketch here. Oops. Am I in the sketch? No, I'm not in the sketch right now. We're just in an isometric view. Orthogonal view, rather. That's isometric that's different. Ugh! My brain is like leaking out of my ears today, guys. Where's my create sketch? Why don't I have that? It's like it doesn't like 2 sketches to be created. Edit sketch. Can I not? What the? No, Control Z. Don't create that. I've got too much data in this friggin' drawing. Create sketch. It's taking me. Okay, good. So now I have 2 sketches on here. So this would be the VORNOI sketch. So I'm just going to complete that. Fusion is starting to get very angry at me. In this panel, make it the panel size. Do this. Back to the settings. Lower the number of cells significantly. Scale down a little bit so that I can create some large areas, and then just do it a couple times so we get a better pattern out of it. How's that? That's okay, right? On a larger part, this would be a much cleaner. I'm insistent on making this work for this tiny little opening. Hello? Sketch elements? Oh, it put it on the wrong sketch. Man. No. Yeah, so I wonder, maybe if I only make that one visible, maybe that'll do it. Well, then what the, huh? We have a sketch and it should be on this face. Oh, is this not a face sketch? This isn't a face sketch. Weird, okay. Well, I could make just one giant box out of this and then that would be where we put the bubbles. But I don't think I want that pattern here, and I don't want it on the opposite side. I just want it for this top panel, which is a little limited, but we're just having fun, just creating, you know, cool shapes and stuff. Yeah, see, the sketch isn't on that face. I did repeat create sketch, and I don't know where, so I could just project this stuff in. See, and now we have this filled in surface. So finish that, and now I can use the tool on this, and it'll project it into that sketch. Jeez, complicated. You gotta make sure the software kind of knows what you're doing. See, when you have a mismatch of the cells, it doesn't fill the area properly. There, it really kind of fills everything in. It like doesn't hit the corners properly. But that's creating some weird stuff. I need it to be smaller cells. I don't know why it messes with the borders like that, though. It just doesn't have enough cells to fill. Seems more like a scaling issue, though. Shouldn't the openings be larger? Oh, well. I don't really know. I don't really know. These are starting to look a lot more cursed than the other ones. I don't know what's going on. Can I have it like, can I re-roll? I guess not. Clip intersecting? What if I unclip? Unclips your clip. I think this has to do with the relaxation being 0, huh? Maybe now it'll re-roll. They look random enough, you know? I want more variation. A little bit more relaxation. There we go. That looks like cobblestone, but I guess it'll be okay. Let's try it. What the hell? Why is it there? Weird. Weird. All right, so let's grab this. And move it without moving the line behind it. I think that's just moving the element that I want it to. Good. All right, so now I can get this into the box. I've not done this before. I'm trying this out. It's a new thing to me. Looks like it could have been much larger. Huh. That's kind of annoying. Can I scale this up a little bit? How do you do that? I don't think you can. I don't think you can scale it up. It looks like it's making a Bezier curve out of each one of these. All right, I just want to see how it looks, so I'm just going to extrude this -2, and then I'm going to take the other sketch, extrude this. Come on. No. Hey. Oh. Unview that one. There we go. There we go. Extrude. Come on, extrude menu. You. Come on. Come in. Here. Here. And this, -2. And we're going to do a join. Give me my sketch back. We're not done yet. Oh, wait a minute. To this, I say, you, and you, 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 and you. Okay. That's that. Then extrude. Wait for the menu. -1. I don't want to cut through it. I just want them to be sort of there for the 3D printer to go over. And I'm not sure what it's going to look like when it prints, but... And then finally, I want to cut those circles out. So this, 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 and this. I'm just going to throw the arrow away. Yoink. Bang. Got it. Okay, so what does that look like? Looks like shit. It looks like shit. It looks like shit. Ah, damn it. I could extrude the ovals around the text now. If I had like an outside and an inside of the oval, then I could represent that a little bit better on the panel. It sucks. It sucks. I hate it here. I could, I mean, the Vittori, what is it? VORNOI, the macaroni that we're doing, I could undo. I could just not do that. And then, I mean, it does look kind of cool. It just needs, a little accenting work in order to make it look right. Hold on, let me get my chair a little closer. I guess what I can do is the problem is when it goes to print, this is going to be a total mess because this is not a big panel. This is a very small panel. Having the vents in here at all, I mean, it does give it a kind of a cool look, but at the same time, if I do all the work in order to make these oval cutouts work properly, it's still going to be a little weird. Well, let me make the oval cutouts work without the whatever stuff. Not the Venturi vents, whatever the hell you call them. VORNOI, whatever. So if we were doing that, then we would take this sketch and I'm going to I'm going to extrude. How extrude? 2 millimeter, so -2. It's going to make a big, boring, flat panel. I would love to have this cut in a little bit so that that border still exists on it, but that really wouldn't print very nicely in the 3D printer. So if I do that, and then I have 1 millimeter and then 1 millimeter on the text embossing, so I would extrude nope, you, and that would be offset -1, and then the distance would be 1. That's going to create a bunch of troughs, and then I can extrude. Come on, this. Wait, did that not create the thing? Okay, I'll go back to the step, but this will be -1, and that'll be a join. My offset didn't come through, so I need to edit the step, basically. Yeah, see that? Didn't. Oh, it went the wrong direction. Okay. No, that's not. Why was that? Huh. I need to start from -2 and go -1. Oh, because I did an offset, I guess. See, now when that prints, that'll put the text out. It'll give it a little radius around, and maybe it'll look okay. I'm just concerned. Well, because yeah, it'll print that, and then it'll bridge over the back section. So the bridge over the back section will be all like droopy and weird, and then that text will be hopefully clean. And then with the LED, what is the distance that we need to run? Where's that LED? Yeah, super easy to measure. Yep. Damn it. I have to look it up. It's easier to look it up. Although I could just use a measure thing on this, but I could do other patterns. You need to find something that'll generate it, because Fusion makes it very difficult to do patterning. You could probably program something on your own if you learn the scripting properly. 3mm LED dimensions. But I don't have it in me to do that right now. So it's like 4mm, really. So if I do 3mm, then it'll stick out nicely. So then we need to do this sketch and extrude. Whoa. That. -3. There. So those will hold the LEDs. I kind of feel like I would love for this to look like a square cutout in the panel. It's looking a little too like clean and solid. Here, where's a... No, what it... Come on. This thing is hell-bent on staying with the specific rotation on it. I have to do this. There. Yeah, it looks really boring, doesn't it? I don't know if I like that. It looks really boring. There's no, like, no specific spot with this whole thing. Now, if I made the bubbles contain the LED, would that look a little cooler? Probably. The text in the bubble contain the LED, and then that would mean I would get rid of the one constraint and move it over to the center of the LED, and then I can move the text in a little bit. But then all of those aren't exactly the same size. It would look better if the LED was part of the oval, though. This will probably blow up the drawing, but I'll try it. So instead of, which one is which? I think I want to get rid of that one, right? Wait, what is this? Did you make a multi-line again? No, that's a different constraint. What is this constrained to? Oh yeah, that's over here. And it's just right on this thing. So if I unconstrain this, oh yeah, right there. Boop. And then unconstrain the length. And then grab this. Oh, that's still locked in. Unlock. Unlocks your oval. What now, streamer? It hates me. It hates me. Everything I do is wrong. It does not enjoy working with me anymore. That one can move because it's not anchored to anything. This one. Where do I remove the this tool? No. Oh yeah, can I click on that and then hit delete? There we go. Now we can take this and move it on over like that. Cool. $5 can actually move over, so well, how about AC, does that one look okay? They look a little far away, but I guess they're fine. Whoa, that's a little weird. Actually, that might be fun though. That might look kind of fun. That's a little cooler looking. If I could make this come out in the 3D print, I would be very happy, but I don't know if it will. Also, these don't seem to exist inside of a panel, whereas they are actually inside of the 2mm panel. I wonder if I could do just like a decorative cut. Just a decorative cut. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let me go back to that sketch. The sketch, not that one. That would be this sketch. And I'll take, maybe we'll go outside of it instead of going inside of it, because we're already up against that. And actually, that needs to be moved over. Do that. Oh, it broke all the bubbles. Why did it break the bubbles? The bubbles. Huh? Wait a minute. Oh, weird. It like totally broke it. That's too far over to the right. I mean, it's 2 from there. I guess I could do 2 from here. Oh, maybe I can't. Hold on. Oh, it's not. No, that's 2mm. 3.2. Sorry, 3.2. Like that. Now it's just even no matter what. I guess. I guess. This is so weird. My constraints are going to work against me at a certain point. This is also kind of cursed. The difference in radius between these two. I don't know if that's going to come out in the printer, but I hope it does. Let's see. So from here, what I'd like to do is take that, do an offset, and I'll make it like -0.5. .5, flip it, do okay, and then we can finish the sketch now, and I can take that element. Oh, there's no, can I select that? Yeah, I can extrude this 1mm and just have a little cut in that. I don't know how this is going to come out in the 3D print though. But that looks a little bit better. It looks it looks kind of fake though. To be honest, it looks kind of fake. It's like a fake control panel. It'd be cooler if I had to like screw in with screws, but I don't want it to be weak. So this is the best I can do, I guess. I like, you know, when I do something like this, I like to do multiple materials. That's usually more fun because you can have like the gray outline with like a black panel. But in gray, at least you'll be able to read the lettering. Doing like lettering in a different material is also pretty cool. I could, if I really wanted to get super fancy with this thing, which, you know, this panel is very, it's one tiny element to the entire thing. It's not a big deal. It doesn't need to be that fancy. If I really, really, really wanted it to be super fancy, I would have loved, well, there's a couple different strategies that I could use here. I could make the oval section out of a different plastic and then print the text to fit on top of that so that that oval would, the entire oval would illuminate. Or I could print the text, well, it would be better if I printed like a diffuser to go behind the hole for the text, and then you would get an illumination from behind. For stuff like the opening and the 4, that might not work out all that well. I'm just going to stick with LED next to text instead of the whole thing lighting up like a really cool control panel. Well, now I want to do it the other way. Now that I've described that, now I want to do it the other way. But then you have to deal with like LEDs bleeding into one another. Yeah, now I want to have it light up from behind and say bus. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to print this and see what it looks like. For the other panels, it's much more simple. All I'm doing is a 2mm thing, and then I'll put like a D-sub shaped hole, a little larger, behind that, and then I'll put 2 circles behind these, and they'll just be approximately in this position. I wanted to keep these closer together. Now, I know that there's medical supply stuff that'll work in 1/8 of an inch and have both directions plug in and be isolated, like, or whatever, you know, have them plug in and have a cutoff on them. It would be nice if I could find that. No. Why are you so confused, PP Hacks? Why are you so confused about how this works? This prints from the 3D printer. So this is against the 3D print bed. So what it'll do is it'll lay down these circles individually and the outline here. I don't know if that little radius right there is going to come through. But it'll print out all this stuff onto the bed, and then it'll try to bridge over this stuff. So it'll be like clear lettering, like it's all the same plastic, but it'll be like the lettering will be crisp, and then behind it will be a bunch of droopy filament. So you'll be able to kind of read these. It's not really going to look like what I have here. That's why I want to try it on the printer to see. And if I find myself like backed into a corner, I could make the lettering huge and do like a diffuser kind of thing. I kind of want to do that, but at the same time, I don't know. We don't have to get too crazy with these indicators. These are just to make sure that the whole power system's ready to go. Like if there's a weird problem, I'll see it in this. All right, second part of this thing. Probably we need a new sketch for this. Maybe not. Yeah, and then I'll move the LED part into this a little later on, but first we need to go to this. I'll do the same thing with this one, actually. So I need to go back to this sketch. This will be our working sketch for this. And then I'll do an outside, and we'll do this one, and it is 0.5. And we flip it. So that's that. That's just going to define the panel and make it look like quasi-professional. For the cut for the D-sub connector, it's interesting because actually the D-sub connector is a different size in the back. Bum, bum, bum. So I need to make sure that I get these projected in. And actually, I'll take it all the way down at the bottom of this curve. But I need to get my camera back there first. So P for project, and this. I gotta see that line. Where's that line? Okay, there it is. Pop. Jeez. This is where that 3D mouse is really kind of effective. Flying through your parts. Luckily, this isn't too complicated of a shape. Now, there are specifications for the size of the panel cutout for the D-sub connector, and I could work off of those, but, you know. The way that they do them professionally, by the way, is they have a punch. There's actually a D-sub connector punch. Now, for these, I don't even know what radius I'm going to use, so I'll just project this hole onto this thing. I just need a center. So I'll project that hole. I guess you can't make projection lines into construction lines. Yeah, it doesn't allow you to do that. Projected lines are like a weird thing. Oh, Inventor, it supports an Xbox controller to rotate the model. That's cool. I like that kind of stuff. I was hoping that Fusion would support VR so we could actually like explore our stuff. And all the tips are, oh, if you want to do VR in Fusion 360, you just have to program a game. And I'm like, I don't want to program a game. I just want to walk around my model, you know? My beautiful model. Oh, these actually have a special shape to them. Okay, so I'm going to project that line. And what else? Is this circular? Yeah, okay, so we'll just project that. Cool, that's actually pretty easy. Yeah, I don't know, I read about it a while ago. I wanted to do VR with Fusion, and I was hoping there was some kind of like a plugin. And it turns out all they have, it was just like people talking about it online, and they're like, oh, this is the engine that Fusion runs in. You just need to like make a game around it. And it's like, no, I don't want to do that. And where's my D sub? Actually, if I just click on it, it'll highlight it. There we go, DB15. Okay, so there's parts of our panel. And then I guess I'm taking all three of these. Okay, all right. I gotta click all these individually. Actually, no, that one doesn't need an outside radius. It's just these two. These two just need a little bit of wiggle room. So, and unfortunately, that makes it very difficult for me to click on all the elements when I go to extrude. So we'll do, I think 0.4. And it would be outside. And then we'll take this one. And we'll go 0.4 outside. That'll be a snug fit. I think I might want to do an entire 0.5. Yeah. Negative 0.5. I want them to be a little bit of a loose fit, but not to rotate. Which is why we're putting the flat in there. With Unreal, yeah, I think that's what they said, right? That works in Inventor, 8-hour. Oh wow, yeah. VR template and pop your model into it. I think that's where that's what most of the people were saying, is that, oh, just use VR template and put that in there. I think that's what they were saying. So extrude that -2, and that joins. And then for decoration, that 1. That creates our other panel. And I didn't extensively label anything there. If I wanted to, I guess I could put bubbles down here. Same for Unity, you just point, click, and go. I never messed with any of that stuff. I probably, you know, it would be kind of neat to figure that out. Like, see other side for caution, for use by professionals only. No. As much as I'd like to move all this stuff down, I need to be able to get to the screw in order to attach this thing. Now, I could use a countersunk screw in there. I don't think I'd be able to reach it with this in the way, though. Kind of annoying. I haven't messed with either. Yeah, I don't know. More setup work with one than the other. All right, so I'm going to do the same thing with these, and then maybe I'll use the VORNOI bubbles in just this panel. We got all kinds of stuff that we were able to put here, but this side is just power inlet because that's off camera. So with that off camera, whatever. We're going to be seeing burn the subs from this end more, which is why I wanted to put all the indicators here. These, I mean, technically, like the water connections and stuff should probably be underneath. They should probably come from the bottom up, just because that's, where the dripping will be. But I think keeping the power stuff off of this side, you could unplug these and they might create a little bit of extra water in the way, but we have cutoffs on both sides of them. So if I need to move the control panel and work on it over here, it's just 1, 2, 3, and then power over here, and I can move it over to this desk. The other question is whether or not I want that circuit breaker over here. I got the water connections. We've got water and electricity very in close proximity to one another. So if I put the power switch down there, I could put the breaker like up here, or I could find a different breaker, something that's a little safer to use. a little smaller. This thing is enormous. I don't know. Also, if I put this on the panel, how is it going to mount? What am I going to put the DIN rail on? There's not a lot for me to sort of take advantage of back here. These don't exist on the actual one. There's just one hole in the middle there. So, I mean, while I could try to hoist a DIN rail somewhere off of this, I don't know. My teeth are being a little chattery from caffeine. Yeah, it's like if I center this, if I center these elements, then it blocks this cube here from allowing me to screw this thing onto the wall. I want this to be quickly removable from the wall. Obviously with a power drill. This is kind of a tough, I don't know if I can cut that or what. I mean, I could take this and like, how do I reach the, I guess I can't do the negative space. Crunch. Yeah, perfect. That looks great. It's just what I wanted. No. That would break up the front panel in that section, huh? That's gonna be tough. Maybe a countersunk screw's not gonna fall in that. We're blocking enough of it that I don't think that's gonna work. And that'll be on both ends that error will occur. I don't know if I have other brackets. I could make a 3D printed bracket that would move the screw out and away. I could do that. But that means I have holes on 2 cardinal directions of the print, so one of them is going to be a bit of an oval, which is fine. We can work around that. But I could do that. I don't know. I got to figure out. Maybe I could just work around it and just figure it out. Because these are, so the location of the corner brackets, these are where I've put runners along the wall for burn the subs. It's what's mounting the top and the bottom rail of burn the subs. Is behind the corrugated black plastic paneling are 2 pine, what is it, 4x1s or something like that, that run the entire length of burn the subs. And there's a little overrun where the control panel goes. So add a short bit of rail to bring the mount out. Yeah, I guess. That's a little sloppy though, right? Because those corner cubes go right on these. But yeah, as it is right now, I don't have a corner cube up here. But it's the way MakerBeam wants you to operate is by using their brackets, their metal brackets to put everything together, which are these guys. So you put the metal brackets on everything, and that's what mounts it. This is actually, that metal bracket is kind of up against the wall, isn't it? I guess there's a little bit of space. I wonder if I could make like a big foot, like a big foot that just kind of sticks out. Or I could do what's here. I could just put another bracket on this. If I had like a plus-shaped bracket, that would be ideal, because then I would have a flat thing that I could screw into the wall. But I could put a bracket on this and have it come out right here, and then that would still be on the runner. You know, I'd have to move the support brace, but I could just have that stick out, and then I wouldn't have to use like a countersunk screw or anything. Maybe I'll do that. I'll just get 4 of these guys. One sec, gotta get all this stuff. And that way I can actually move the circuit breaker so that it is under everything and still mounted the same way. All right, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. It's a little bit more ghetto. It doesn't look as cool as the corner brackets, but it'll work. And it'll hold the weight. It'll be workable is sort of the important part. So brackets, and then I can do this type where it'll just stick out by one hole. Ow. That way we get around this overhang because there's all kinds of space. All kind of space. Good idea, Smith Clay. Good idea. How's everybody doing today? I was up way too late. I was actually watching that Harley Quinn show, which isn't bad. It's not Shakespeare, but it's not terrible. And it's kind of almost funny sometimes. There we go. 40. Is that 2 good ideas today? Oh God, this is where you're shining, and you're gonna get home and all your ideas are gonna be terrible. I like the DIN mounted circuit breaker, German standards. I love DIN rail stuff, man. Like when you look at like industrial robot setups and open up those cabinets, they're so neat and organized with all the conduit in there and everything. And if something breaks or is out of its service life, open it up, 4 screws, unclip it from the rail, clip a new one back in, 4 screws, close the cabinet, everything's running again. It's so super duper duper neat. This stuff is interesting because it's even got to get even more German, even though I think this is this is Alan Bradley. So I don't know where Alan Bradley heralds from, but check this out. Embossed into the side of this circuit breaker, right? This is just a circuit breaker. So you would expect to have all of the different, you know, is this a 15 amp breaker? Huh. I see 15 amps. That's actually a lot. The circuit breaker in the wall. Well, anyway, but like, look at this. 2.8 Newton meters to screw in your power terminals. 2.8 Newton meters for the screw torque, and that's embossed into the plastic. And then just in case you needed inch pounds, they printed it right here as per what AWG, what wire size you're putting into this thing. Yeah, no. 2.8. 3 is absolutely prohibited. Your whole fucking setup is gonna be completely and utterly, just toss it in the garbage if you do it to 3, okay? Screw it until the plastic cracks and back off a quarter turn. Yeah, screw until loose, then back off a quarter turn. Rockwell Automation. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Product of Bulgaria. Okay, well, damn. Yeah, so anyway, this is a circuit breaker, and it's something that you would have inside of a control cabinet, or if if you're from England land, maybe you would have this actually in your wall, or your electrical cabinet going into your house. But this would be for like if you have like a robot controller, you have your robot out on the floor, and then you have like all the cables coming in, and they go into a standardized cabinet that is constructed a certain way, right? Need to pick up one of those NEMA's 5 to 20 sockets. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Pretty cool. I have an electric cooktop. It's an induction cooktop that uses the two something or other 100 volts. We would have used it on the brewing stream, but there's no plug for it anywhere in this house. The only place that there's a plug for it is on the control panel for my brewing setup, which I want to redo. I want to redo that control panel. I've got a new control panel, and it's been sitting in the back there for a little while. I want to change where that control panel is. I want to have an indicator, like a remote LCD indicator screen that's on the top of the table, instead of what I have now, which is this brutally heavy control panel that's on a monitor stand on the side of the table. Yeah, these are very similar to the over the seas standards. Over here, we've got these weird clippy circuit breakers that are, I guess they're okay. I don't really have any complaints about them. Anyway, yeah, okay, so we're going to brackets like this. 2 screws for those. Let's do the physical stuff. Now that we've done all this Fusion 360 designing, I have one side of these things worked out. I can work on the other one. It's not going to be anything exciting. I've shown you guys what I'm going to do. So after that, we can just hang out and build some stuff. Make sure that this all goes together properly, you know? I do wish I could have used that induction top for the cook stream, because it's easier to have the camera looking in one direction and have a table in front of me that I'm operating on, and that way I can show you guys stuff. It's a little disorienting for me because I'm used to having you guys in this mode, which is sort of over the shoulder cam, so that when I look at the monitors, everything moves in a particular way. It would be very confusing to me, probably chop my finger off by accident. Oh god, I need a lot of these things, don't I? But it's better framing for everything. That's why the cooking shows are always the way that they are. They don't show them toiling away at the oven from behind. Over the shoulder like this would actually be pretty good for a cooking stream. Cooking with the Bother season 2. Yeah. I mean, if I could get the cell phone to be a camera, it kind of the camera lens for the cell phone kind of pokes over my pocket. So maybe you guys could be pocket mounted. Like if not really. I would need to I need to print like a cradle for the phone that pushes it up a little bit. So you guys could be like right there. I would love to be able to work on my car with you guys in tandem, but unfortunately, it's too difficult for me to set up the proper, mechanic work setup. What that means is that my car further falls into disrepair as time goes on, which I'm not excited about. 2 more. Not excited about. I think I need to take it to the mechanic and just pay them to do all the fixing that needs to be done. There's a bunch of little things that have started to go wrong. 80s geek, yeah. The people don't really comment on pocket protectors anymore, do they? Do they even sell pocket protectors? Like a phone cradle for your shirt pocket. They do? Oh my god. Well, I ain't buying. Wait, oh yeah, there's like 7. This isn't the right size. Number 8. Where's number 8? Where's this hex thing? There it is. Got one as a present a couple of years ago. I feel like I vaguely remember you mentioning that. That seems weirdly familiar to me. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. Those are going to be the 4 plates, and we kind of solve a bunch of issues by doing this. Pectoral sling. What? Need one of those GoPro mounts that goes in the middle of your chest. Yeah, that would be a good angle for Twitch chat. So these will come from the ends, and I guess I'll move those supports a little bit. Well, actually, this one down here will move quite a bit. So I'm going to try to get this here. So let me move those up. Where's my wrench? There it is. I want to make sure that, because right now I'm using these rails to mark the positions of the 2 runners. Maybe I could just measure it. Let me just measure these. No, because I want them to be in this location because that hangs this thing at the right height. So the old tried and true method of try to hold it still. Wait, I don't want to loosen that yet. I want to get these 2 ready to go. This. Like this. I'm running out of dexterity. Ah. Yeah, I'm kind of pissed off at the stuff that's gone wrong with the car. The motor just started rumbling, and it might be a coil pack, which is really just fucking annoying. I got a check engine light and everything. I was on my way back from the vet. Our puppy did very well at the vet. Everybody loves her. She's a super nice dog. She doesn't have any aggression or anything at anyone. And now she has all her norovirus vaccines. So now she's not in danger of, like, fucking dying by meeting other dogs. She was very lethargic this morning, which is why I started late. We'll go a little bit later because we got enough stuff to do, that's for sure. But she was very lethargic this morning and just kind of hanging out in bed and sleeping. And I think that was the effect of the vaccine. No, I haven't pulled any codes yet from the car. That was like yesterday that this happened. I need to figure out the computer hookup. I have it, like mostly where I basically need to transfer a bunch of files over to a different laptop, to a laptop that actually functions, unlike that netbook, which is a little bit clunky. Just about there. There we go.
Yeah, so these will be the brackets for the runner. That'll, of course, pull all of these bolts into the board, but I guess that's okay. Yeah, so what I need to do is transfer files from the netbook drive, which is buried deep within that stupid clunky netbook, and it's like a solid state drive that I would rather have on the other laptop. But I need to move that over to the other laptop, and then I can use all of the BMW programs in order to pull codes and do all the stuff that I need to do. I need to identify which wheel speed sensor is bad too. But in lieu of doing that, I might just call an appointment and just fucking have my local mechanic deal with it. I need to replace the motor for the windshield wipers, or just grease the windshield wipers. The plastic panel that I need to replace for the windshield wipers, and the reason they don't exactly work all the time, is because water gets into the assembly, because the big it's like right under the windshield, all that stuff. And so water cascades down this big plastic panel that's supposed to divert it, but it doesn't. And so it just cascades into the windshield wiper assembly. In addition to that, because the wheel speed sensor is a little broken, the windshield wipers don't give themselves enough speed to overcome the sort of mechanical, like the lack of grease, the grease washing out. So part of the problem with my windshield wipers started with a wheel speed sensor. Ugh. And the wheel speed sensor, of course, kept me from getting an inspection. So that's a year expired. Car's registered and everything, but yeah, fucking German engineering. They did the same thing with the Porsche 944, where the windshield cascades into the battery tray, and there's one little piece of plastic that saves the battery. So what happens in the 944s is that piece of plastic gets corroded, sun damage, all that stuff. Environment damage to plastic, basically. And then it cracks, and then your windshield is this wonderful rain scoop that leads right into the battery. And so leaves get into that tray, and they clog the little drain tube. And so battery acid, water, environment, salt, all sits in that tray for extended periods of time. And then on my BMW, the 330i that I had, the jack points were lift points on just that model. Just that model had quote-unquote lift points instead of jack points. And I was lifting the lift point with a jack. So what happened was that the rubber block worked against the underbody coating and displaced it, and then everything corroded, and it created a pocket right at about the area where the front wheel splatters. I cleaned out a significant chunk of just gravel from the thing. About there? That's about right. Just gravel. Straight up gravel. The thing about gravel is there's a lot of sort of interstitial space in gravel. And that interstitial space in the gravel held on to the stuff that they use to keep the roads from freezing. And so that created a nice, wonderful half-cell metal reaction right in that corner of the car and started to really corrode the underbody. I sold that car for pennies on the dollar. I should have parted it out instead of just straight up selling it, because it was worthless. The car was like going to crack in half. And I should have kept the seats for my racing setup. That would have been awesome. Yeah, German cars and corrosion. Name a better pair. And all kinds of, being on the East Coast, we get a lot of what is the word? Salt. A lot of salt. We're very salty people. How come this one doesn't have all of those? Oh no, it does. Never mind. We've all taken L's with cars before. I'm so sad about it though, because I did really like that. What I should have done is taken the motor and put it into my station wagon. Although I don't think the horsepower difference is too great. So maybe that wouldn't have been. It was it was the ZHP, the Sport 330i. So I think I could have benefited from just a blatant engine swap.
Would have updated my OBD connector too. I got the old kind of old OBD connector. All right, so let's see here. I want, oh yeah, this is not going to go well. The power supply isn't really fully bolted in. it's not really fully attached. So this is supposed to go here, and we'll move it up so that it doesn't poke out of the bottom. But I need to see what that mount is like. So where are you guys? You guys need to, you didn't see anything that I was just displaying to you. This here, but moved up so that I can, the switch doesn't, so that the switch is even with the bottom so I can see it and get to it if I need to. Try not to use my car when it rains and definitely not during the winter with salt on the roads. My fucking car sits outside. I don't have a garage for the car. I wish I had a garage just to run the stream in. That'd be nice. I could open it up and actually get some air. I'd air myself out. Oh, that is exactly the size. Okay. This tool fits in there? It does. Okay, perfect. I eyeballed all the dimensions of this thing, by the way. 90-ish Japanese cars love rust too. Man, I had a chance to buy a friend's Supra. I should have done that. It was a kind of a coworker slash friend, and he's like, he had a, no, I'm sorry, MR2. He had an MR2. He had a Mr. 2. And he was like, you want it? And I'm like, I don't have the money for that. I should have bought it right then. I should have just, MR2, yeah, sign me up. Holy shit. Oh, that's perfect. This is my DIN rail adapter that I kind of designed in Fusion during the off time. But like, I did not know that I made that opening perfectly sized for this wrench. AW11 for $1,000. Jesus Christ, man. There you go. A little closer in. Look at that. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that that worked out. Live in Massachusetts? Yeah, welcome to the Rust Belt, huh? Anytime I've bought a project car, first thing fixing any rust on the undercarriage and then coating it with rubber. Man, I wish I had those resources. Can't afford that shit. I would like to get a project car, but I don't have space for it, right? I've always had a project car in my life. Typically, it would be the car that I'm driving at the time, but I haven't had one for many years now. That 944 is a big regret. It's nuts how aligned our tastes are in cars. Hey, you know, man of culture. It's hard being the only cultured person here. Now there's another one. What other rabbit holes can I send bother down? I'm very easy to get on rants because we're working on stuff, you know? So my mind is just a complete blank. Yeah, you don't see Mr. 2s around a lot. I had a chance to buy one. What did Short Lurker say? I missed. Buy a car cover? Yeah, you need to buy a paint job too, my man. You need to like all pitch in and get you some paint. Of course, the problem is my brother did that with his car. He had a Volvo P1800 ES, the station wagon, and he got like severely. I don't think it was rear-ended. I think he got front-ended when he parked his car in Pittsburgh. Fucking Pittsburgh. And so he had to replace, he got it repainted, right? So once you get something like that repainted, oh my God, it's like in such good shape that it's like a tragedy if you park it outside and stuff. You got to be so careful for so long. A 2000 SX. Hell yeah. I think everybody here has pretty good taste in cars. I miss having a unique and special car. As a station wagon in suburbia owner, I am ostensibly fucking invisible to police. I will do stuff that normally would get my ass handed to me on a platter on the road. Not even just like speeding, not speeding, like accidentally run a stoplight, right? Run a stoplight or you know, wait for a stop sign to turn green, and in front of a cop, nothing. Just absolutely invisible. Station wagon is invisible in the suburbs. I keep looking up at Fusion 360 because I think my camera's there. I'm going to move my camera over. There we go. That's better. my first car was some rust with the 2000 SX attached to it. I do like that. That's a good way of phrasing it. Yeah, that's load-bearing rust, though. You got to be careful with that. When I restored 240SX, so much frame rot to fix. Love the cars, but I'll never build another one. I mean, yeah, I would love to have the resources to be able to just go, all right, new project car. Let us redo the entire undercarriage. as a car owner in the Northeast, that hits home. Because when I go to do the wheel speed sensors, there is one hex bolt holding in the sensor, right? That's it. Wow, so easy. I could just go to that bolt. Got to take the wheel off, which is always a pain in the ass. That's why, by the way, electric impact, if you don't own one, go get one right now. Just go get an electric impact. The technology has come such a way that there's no excuse not to have one, and they're extremely effective. By God, do they save time. But anyway, so doing the wheel speed sensors would be like, you know, take the wheel off, well, hoist to the car, take the wheel off, and then get directly to the sensor. Like, it's that easy. But because I live in the Northeast, of America, my country. Anyway, because I live in the Northeast of America, the process would then become find the right socket to hex size for the bolt, put it on the wrench, move the wrench in the loosen mode, unless it's on the other side of you, in which case you try the tighten mode first and then go to the loosen mode because you can't remember. And when you start getting movement, the head will pop off. And then you have to somehow extract the sensor, which is also probably two different metals butted up against one another and bathed entirely in salt. You would have to then somehow extract that. It's just a mess. It's gonna, like, everything is gonna break off and nothing will work properly, and then, you know, then I'm sort of high and dry. Why didn't that? I didn't do anything. Did I put it on the right side? Yeah, it's on the right side. These clips are weird. This is my country, my damn country. I think I better clip it and then bolt it in. Oh yeah, that's right, hit the bolt with a hammer. I actually bought for that job, I bought the, and this is another tool that I think a lot of people need to own. As a BMW owner, in order to replace brake rotors, you need it. It's just something you need. But what the tool is, and I think I have it sitting below me here, is an impact, it's like an impact hammer, like wrench, I guess. It's not an impact wrench where it's popping and trying to unscrew. You actually hit it in the back with a hammer and it twists so that you're putting forward pressure on the thing. And that way you do less damage, apparently. It tends to strip less. I never heard of the damn thing. Having German, what is it, Weeaboo friends. Yeah, that's right, Weeaboo. Oh, this isn't tall enough. Son of a bitch. Having Weeaboo friends has sort of acclimated me to all of these tools. All right, I need to make this part taller. By what factor? God, that's like 2 millimeters. Jeez. Let's get a measurement on that. Let's get a measurement on that. This is my country, my damn country. Sorry, it's a song from Mon Bazo. Clap, 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 clap. It's like 1.5 millimeter. Impact screwdrivers for Honda guys because of the rotor screws. Yeah, and you know, brakes and wheel equipment is exposed to like the worst. The worst of the worst. So I need to extend this by 2 millimeter, and I need that to be deeper by 2 millimeter. Okay, because I can't just extend the top of it. Here, let's take a look at the part. That's not the view at all. That's not actually what I'm supposed to be. Ah! My brain! Okay. My country, my damn country. Now that's gonna be in my head all day. Oh, I forgot the holes for the DB connector. Whoops-a-daisy. Before I forget. My damn country. This one here, hit P. And do those. Now, what size thread do I need for the DB connector connections? It's not going to be the size of this hole. I'll tell you that much right now. So I have to actually measure this. Screw extractor and an impact drill. Oh my god. That's like that I'm not asking meme. I don't remember opening a negotiation with you, Bolt. You are to not be there anymore. No exceptions. My calipers are on the other desk, so I'm just going to measure these. That's like a 2 millimeter. It's probably 2.5. Yeah, 2.5. So 2.5 is the size of the hole. Boop, boop, boop. See how that's just a little bit smaller? These are the important details. This drawing is such a mess. Wait, am I even? Yeah, 2.5. This is why militantly adhering to the standards that I usually do. Wait, did I just? Damn it. Adhering to the progression of steps that I cling to for these kinds of things is much better, because then this drawing would be a bunch of collapsed sort of solids that have been produced. And I can group these all together and it can be much more simple. My damn country. If I was really fancy, I could inset the DB connector a little bit. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. It's too fancy. That's too fancy. We can't be that fancy. Surely we cannot be that fancy. There's that one. There's this one. And then all I need to do is the holes. There. There. I'm tempted to do it. I'm really tempted to do it. Put a little insert in there so that the metal of the DB connector actually like is flush with the outside here. No, I don't need to. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. That's stupid. Don't be stupid. You're being stupid. Okay. So did that. Control S. Forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, we're doing the breaker. So the breaker. No. 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 Oh, no. When did I decide to put the breaker in here? Oh, it scrolls down. That's right. I have so many parts in this thing. Oh my god. This is such an extensive... We're trying to do a lot with Burn the Subs all at once. So it turns out to have just a lot of stuff that goes into it. I think what I want to do at some point is take all of my stuff that's in Fusion 360, and I want to take it and take all the parts and put them in a folder. Like all of the stuff that I've designed, and take all the electronics parts and put them in a separate folder, you know, and just organize things a little bit. So I need to, well, actually not extrude. I guess I can press pull this, and then I can do -2, or no, 2 millimeter. To create that, and then I need to press pull without the breaker here, because I need this to be deeper. Why is it already 3? Do it 5? Wait, what? Hold on a minute. Is it trying to predict that I want it to be 3 deeper? Because I did 2 on the other one. I guess it's... I think it's referring me back to the step. Yeah, it's referring me back to this. So this one actually needs to be 5. There. If there's overlapping instructions, Fusion will try to truncate that. and pull you back in time to where you did this step. Okay, so that part I need to print, and then that will carry this DIN rail nonsense. So I guess I can't progress with that. can't move forward. Can't move forward. Hey, somebody subbed. Groovy something. 46 months with a toot. I should probably hook up the subs to the fart box. That would probably be a better idea for now. I should have done that 2 years ago, huh? That would have been a good idea. Of course, then subs that were in the midst of a fartalanche would get completely steamrolled. Yeah, there they are. There they are. There's all the farts. This will take about 2 minutes to print. Maybe we should print this right now. It's been a little while. Yeah, well, we didn't have burn the subs up during the pandemic, which was kind of a bad foresight on my part. I probably should have just flipped the board or made another one. And that way we would have had something going for all this time. All right, DIN adapter, save as a mesh, look okay. Put it in the temp prints folder. Now I need to drill down to the desktop. Go away, chat. When you go desktop, we go super slicer. When you open up super slice, that's console. I don't want the console. No, get out of here. Why do you exist, super slicer console? New version. Okay. And then desktop, temp prints, DIN adapter into there. Now it's using origins. That's all the way over here. Ah! Get that thing on the build plate, and then we print from this side because those overhangs will be sloppy, but they don't need to be perfect. Oh, now it just, and then it goes away back here. No. Get me out of that tool. There we go. Boink. Okay, so that's that. Slice it. Oh, we don't need any support. We don't need no walkie-talkies. No walkie-talkies. Yeah, I'm not going to do support on that. 12 minutes? Aw, man. That's going to take forever. Or wait, it's going to take 12 minutes. I'll bring you guys back up on screen in a minute. Octopi local. I think I used like a full... I'm going to joke password. Yeah. I don't even want that login. I don't know why I need to log into that. It's not like some hacker's going to be out the window on the laptop like, we're in, yeah, and like 3D print something, because it's fucking like the 3D print is off. It's not even on right now. Gonna fill the wall up when you unleash this thing? Possibly. You show me the feature you used to screw for the screw hole in Fusion 360. Manually making those is hard. There actually is a plugin that I installed on my other Fusion that does the screw holes, but here you can create, under the create menu, you can make a hole, and then it's got all the different screw parameters as part of it. So you select a point with it, and then I don't know how to make that anchor properly. You know, there's some weird ways to get it to anchor or do a pattern. Kids are hacking into Kias. They've been doing it for a while. Originally, there's Pebcac. You still need like a sketch element in order to center all of the screws. But anyway, with the car hacking, we've been doing it for a while, where you get in through the tire pressure monitoring system, and then you have to re-flash one of the digital components. And then that gets, it's like what you're doing is you're taking really unsecure systems and sort of using that as a stepping point to get into the more secure systems. Because oftentimes, for instance, in my car, in my 1990s car, the windshield wiper speed uses the wheel speed sensor, but the wheel speed sensor is part of the ABS system, which is a high security, high speed bus. There is a device in the bus that's going to work as an interpreter that gets pulled by a low priority, low security system, pulls that device, and that device goes, here's the wheel speed, without interrupting the high pressure safety system, you know? So that interpreter device is what they target, and that's what you reprogram or take advantage of in order to get into the high security system. This requires some cardinal fucking knowledge of the systems in place. So you need to know like everything. It's wild. All right, I need to actually get this thing all primed, get my 3D printer ready to go. While this is going to take 12 minutes, it's going to take a little longer for the printer to warm up and be ready. Turn on the printer. Come on back over here. Need to get the BL Touch to work too. I'm gonna BRB with friends. Hey, thanks. I do appreciate that very much. I'm glad you liked the stream. Today we're kind of, I mean, I guess every stream is kind of more of a hangout and a tech talk thing, right? And we're, of course, you know, I get, oops, reboot the firmware. Of course, I get sidetracked by car talk and stuff like that. So if you're not into cars, I apologize. There's the steering wheel system, by the way. We're going to use that this weekend. I think on Saturday I'll do a game stream again, and we will do a little My Summer Car with it. Down, up, there we go. Now I hear clicking. I need to prime the BL Touch by like making it move up and down. Hacking with the USB cable. No, hacking with the USB cable is when you swap somebody's USB cable for one of the power-only ones. Which should, by the way, that should have an automatic sentencing associated with it. Like an automatic minimum sentencing of like, you know, several years in jail. Oh, yeah. No, well, so, okay, pandemic. Yeah, you guys should know. And here's the, people comment on them all the time. And I'm like, what the fuck? It turns out in other states other than Pennsylvania, you do not have to go to a beer distributor in order to buy beer. We do. And as such, we get them, all the supplies in bulk. So when I go to buy White Claw, I can buy it by the pallet. And they're paired together in little cardboard trays. Well, those cardboard trays are really good for organizing parts for projects. And so that shelf is just loaded up with cardboard trays. No, not state liquor store. I'm talking about beer distributor. We don't, only just recently have some supermarkets been able to offer beer in the store. They don't do that. They don't do that here. And in fact, my local Acme had to quote unquote install a bar in order for them to be able to sell beer. So there were literally like old men getting drunk at the bar at Acme Food Market. Yeah, my grocery store has beer, but by a loophole. Isn't that weird? That's just the way Pennsylvania, we got weird puritanic liquor laws. And then, of course, we also have state stores that do liquor. It's a mad world. It's a mad, mad world. But, I mean, it's kind of cool to be able to go to the beer distributor and get stuff, because you can get carbon dioxide there, you can get kegs, you can get, you know, like soda in bulk, seltzer water in bulk. You wonder why I'm always drinking seltzer water? And you just load it up onto a thing and cart it into your station wagon. So, I mean, and they're also cheap, but it's not an amazing advantage. Still. What? I was writing a crime movie set in 2022. At least they know what kind of car to use for what the main character steals. Yeah. Actually pulling a laptop out of their pocket and unlocking a Kia. There was a hacking thing with the DEF CON, is that? Where they did hack into a Subaru and they did an over-the-air capture, and then I think they did like an unlock capture from the cell phone, and they were able to dupe that in a way and get in. You go to South Carolina, you have the state liquor store. In Wisconsin, you have to have a separate store for beer and alcohol. Yeah, same here. We have the state store and the distributor. Illinois, it's pretty much a free-for-all. Yeah. And then you're like, where do you buy stuff? Where do you buy stuff? When I moved to Virginia, I would go into CVS pharmacy, and they would have like all this alcohol and wine and stuff. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure most of the things behind the counter over there are to counteract what this stuff does to you. Like, all right, it's leveling the bed. It's a 16-minute print. Let me move the camera to a slightly different position. Uh-oh, my cable's caught and everything. I'm trapped. My mic cable. There you go. Got caught on a retaining screw or whatever, an adjustment screw. And I got the fan in the middle of the walkway here. All right, you come with me. I'm gonna come a little closer over here. I'm gonna go for a more downward angle. Hello? Is this thing not adjusting? Okay, there we go. Get this over there. Bring you guys out along there. Look back at what I'm showing. Yeah, there we go. That shows some stuff. Of course, you can't see all the details of the steering wheel, unfortunately, so I'll move you guys up a little bit more. I need lights on this printer. I need this printer to illuminate itself. I don't have that. I have lights on stands that I can use. But the printer is in kind of a dark spot. It's right under the window. Usually there'd be a beam of light on top of it. It's like the worst place ever to store my filament, because it's right under a window where the sun hits it. CVS draws the line at smokes. Yeah, they shouldn't have beer though. Jeez, you think they're making enough money on the pharmacy already? Went to an ABC store in North Carolina, was immediately like, oh, this is one of those states beers sold somewhere else. Yeah. Isn't that weird? It's totally shocking to me to see alcohol at the pharmacy. Even though back in the day, that's pretty much what you would get from the pharmacy. You'd get some kind of snake oil. What has alcohol as a base? Alcohol and formaldehyde. I really wanted to use the steering wheel last weekend, but my computer was extremely ornery about what was plugged in where. I don't know what was going on with that fucking thing, but apparently is hard liquor the same? No. In Pennsylvania, at least, hard liquor you get from a state store, a state-run alcohol store. Here they're called wine and spirits. And then wine is also at wine and spirits, obviously by the name. But if you want beer, that is at a distributor, a beer distributor, beer, soda, etc. distributor. Only recently were you able to go into a supermarket and buy beer because they installed a bar. And so technically they're eligible for a liquor license. But I don't think they sell bottles of liquor. They have sake, I guess. I don't know. And they have wine. So I guess they could sell bottles of liquor if they wanted to. But also there are restrictions on it. So when I would buy like 2 cases of beer at the supermarket, what they do is they have you quote unquote leave the alcohol section. So you have to pick up what you bought and walk 4 steps away from the cash register and then put the case down. And then you could pick it up again and walk it back in, because you're technically taking the alcohol out of the store and not exceeding their transaction limit for the amount bought. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's funny. It just tickles me pink every time I have to do it. Not the most exciting thing to watch, this 3D print. I could really use a spotlight on that. On the hot end. Sounds like some kind of mafia run thing. It's more like what's his name? Oh crap. Hold on. Terry Gilliam. That's the. Why can't I ever remember his name when I need to? It's like a Terry Gilliam level of like red tape of bureaucracy. Whoa, the word bureaucracy and the name Terry Gilliam did not ever seem to exist in my brain. I don't know why I couldn't get the connections. Probably has to do with streaming. That's what it's always like. Super regulated, so the mafia can't go. It's so weird. Yeah. Everywhere has drink here too. You can get a crate of beer in the 24-hour petrol station. See, I wish there. So, and as a result of all of these alcohol rules and the way that they work, supermarkets close pretty early. The distributor closes. The ABC store, of course, closes because they're practically government employees. After around 10 o'clock at night, you better have supplies for the rest of the night, or else that's it. You know, you're done. If I wanted to get a beer, I just walk to 7-Eleven or Walgreens. Liquor is a bit more limited by walking across the street to the corner store. Yeah, it doesn't really work out here. Out here, you got to like plan your day around it, which again is why you see 10,000 containers of White Claw. That's just how it do here. We had a cookie delivery service. That was pretty cool. In college, we were able to order cookies in the middle of the night. I think it was called Insomnia Cookies or something like that. Hope that business is doing okay. They're probably closed. They probably closed down a long time ago. Just need to walk into my car. I have 8 beers on tap. Yeah, I gotta get the tap fridge running again. Problem is, you spend like $100 on a corny keg of beer. And it's like, all right, I guess I'll get another pitcher. Like, and then you're like, oh, I can't stand right. Well, I can still reach the tap from here. So let's get another pitcher. Home brewer, it's all mine. Nice. Yeah, problem with my setup is that hauling all the grains and the water around is the really annoying part about doing the electric indoor beer brew. I should do it more, but I need more of those niceties that help you kind of clean up and do that all in like one session. All food is delivered via robot at colleges now. Are you serious about that? Crazy. Stamp delivery service. I know I can get that container that you see on the right is Tired Hands, which is apparently, I've met people on the other side of the country that are like, oh, Tired Hands, their beer is like super sought after. It's like beer person gold, Tired Hands. And I live in driving distance of Tired Hands. But apparently I can get them to deliver to here as well. So I need to do that. I just haven't wanted to spend all the money. If you want to learn Fusion 360, I have some load cells and ESP modules. Hoping to build a scales for each keg to monitor how much is in each. I wanted to do that too. And I still have the stuff kind of for it. I would love for it to work with the, what is it called? What is it called again? What is that software suite? So the refrigerator is running a temperature control program on an ESP8266 that communicates with a Raspberry Pi. And it runs the refrigerator right now in refrigerator mode. But if I was doing a brew, which I do actually have 2 brews over there that are fermenting, but I'm doing them in the open because they're not super special. One of them's mead, and it's got to sit there for 6 months. So the other one is an extract kit, so I just automatically don't care about it. But if I were doing a serious, because I got all the all grain brew stuff, that was the original stream project, was working on my hot liquor tank. Hot liquor tanks in your area. What kind of infill is this thing doing? I don't think this is gyroid. What is this? Maybe it is gyroid. It's just a little weird. It looks like the head isn't moving at all, but I guess it is. Anyway, all electric grain indoor brewing system, which is why my milling machine is rusting. I can then put like a cap on the carboy, which is the thing that it's fermenting in, and that has a temperature sensor in it that I plug into the control box in the fridge, and then the fridge keeps a perfect profile to get the yeast to do its business the best. It's really fun. It was fun to build. Once again, I'm in the trap of things being more fun to build than they are to actually run. That's like every project around here. Man, there's a lot of moist air coming up from the window. Weirdly enough, it looks like the nozzle's like lower than the print. So maybe that's kind of true. All right, let me come back and read chat. Yeah, we used to do a lot of brewing on stream, but the 2-hour boil times are not good. They're not good. Project called, yeah, brew pie. That's what I have. I have a brew pie for the hot liquor tank, and then ferment track. Look up ferment track. That's what I'm using for the fridge. And the cool part is you can have multiple freezers controlled by the one Raspberry Pi. I have 4 freezers in my house, 3 are for beer. You can have multiple refrigerators. What people do is they buy the the chest freezer, and then they use sheets of like what is that stuff? It's like a like styrofoamy kind of stuff, and they partition the fridge into different sections, and they'll have it run like that for multiple kegs, multiple carboys. And I think they have heaters in each section that then regulate the different temperatures. Gyroid, yeah, gyroid infill. Oh, it plays a funky tune. Mine doesn't, because the TMC drivers, they keep it silent. You're talking my language. Yeah, ferment track and brew pie are the 2 that I use. And brew pie is on the controller. But I want to change that around so that the controller sits under the desk. And then I have the little screen with like a controller too on it, because with everything on the Raspberry Pi, like I could have a tablet that has all the stuff on it, and that's how I do the water swirling pump and everything like that. It's all controlled on the website, the web page that's hosted on the Pi. It's weird because like I thought I'd be using the control panel more, but it's just there for the switches. Web app called Brewfather that connects everything. See, I haven't looked into it lately. I've liked my little Raspberry Pi systems that were sort of disparate and disconnected from one another. But yeah, knowing the latest state of things is probably good. I probably have a lot of stuff that I need to update. Actually use grain alcohol to clean with because it's so much cheaper than ISO. Really? That's wild, actually. Yeah, learning Fusion 360, it's not that bad. It's pretty easy. And what I would suggest you do, and you might actually just follow through with this, just sign up for a class at like a local community college and get your 1-year educational license. There's like a $30 class at one particular community college, but I mean, you could probably find something closer to you, and it'd be an online course that you could take, and it might regurgitate a lot of information, but it will teach you Fusion 360, and then you get a very capable license. You get that educational license, which is really good because there's a lot of features that are unlocked as per the free license. And if you make a lot of money on it, then you can, spend the $300 a month, I guess. But anyway, yeah, the educational copy with the community college course, and then in a year you can sign up for it again and just flunk out. Yeah, you can just fail. Oh man, this guy's been getting an F in my class for like 20 years. This guy called something or other Incorporated. Hold on a minute, is that a business license? Oh, I just picked a scab and now I'm bleeding. Bleeding from my hand. My stupid hand with all the cuts on it. I'm just starting to like heal up all the freaking dog damage that I've taken over time. Because she'll run at me and then not know that she's leading with her teeth and then fall over. All F's, works for NASA. Yeah. Single class in my community college was $1,000. I think that's why people talk about a specific course at like a specific community college that I think was like 35 or something like that. Don't they have the enthusiast license? They do, but there's a lot of limitations, and maybe if you were more organized than I am, then because all the limitation is basically you need to archive everything, and I haven't archived anything. I need to organize everything before I archive it, and then you can, I guess you can unarchive stuff, but there's also free plugins in the Fusion App Store that let you export all of your designs. So in case anything ever happens to the Fusion cloud, you can still have the stuff that you've spent so much time on. We're doing the last layers of the top. I think I want to get one of those, you know, I want to organize all my stuff in the folders, and then I want to get that program and then export everything at some point. One of my rollers is starting to show signs of damage down here. I'm seeing some stuff on it. I don't like that. I don't much care for that. That causes weird wobbles. Should probably put this thing on linear rails, huh? They'd probably last a little better. All right, we got to wait for this to cool. It currently has the consistency of like clay. When this cools, it will harden, and the size will change ever so slightly, and that causes it to pop off of the glass. So you'll hear crackling. What I do, and this is just for my printer, this is not, you know, advice that everybody can necessarily follow. What I do is I look at Octoprint. Yeah, that's what mine, got a little plastic fluff. Exactly, that's what I was just looking at. Where are we? We're going here, and we're going to Octoprint. What I do is I wait for the tool temperature to cross the bed temperature. And apparently just a couple minutes out from that is when the part is cooled enough that I can spray it with Windex. Windex has some detergents in it that'll get under the print and pop it off, in addition to the fact that an evaporating liquid is going to cool things off much faster. So I spritz it with Windex when these two cross, and it'll pop the part off. Now that's even still a little bit too stressful for the bed, and I might rip up crystals when I do that. You need to be careful about that. If I'm alone, if I don't have stream running, I will wait for the second crossing of the two temperature lines, and then at that point the part will pop off. But I can't pick it straight up. I have to push it to the side so that it's a little bit more gentle. And especially if it's got a large surface area against the glass, I have to kind of just move it a little tiny bit until the whole thing crackles up. It's safer on the larger pieces to just wait it out. And if you wait out PETG enough, it'll just be loose on the bed. I mean, if I was like Prusa and I was 3D printing stuff as like a manufacturing process, I would just put my printer on a 45-degree incline and then allow the stuff to print, cool, drops off, start again. Adjusted them a bit on mine. Turn the wheels with your finger and adjust them until they just start to move the carriage. Ugh, I got to do that. I got to do that. Yeah, because I don't remember what I was doing when I put the whole thing back together. We refurbished the whole printer. I put all new wheels on it. Yeah, same, Ray. I've got crystals missing on this one too. I have another piece of glass, but it's not gotten dire enough for me to want to swap. Couple minutes to get them all nice again. Yeah, I gotta find the wrench and just like get down there. Get down on my hands and knees and pray. I pray every day that my 3D printer functions properly. Come on, buddy. Let's go, let's go. What is going on here? We don't have time for this. Actually, we do have time. Spring Steel gang. I did Spring Steel for a while. I liked it, but the wiping and the substance abuse that I had to do. Glass is so much cooler because you don't have to abuse substances in order to get everything to stick perfectly. Turn all three on each set. Tune until it just starts to grip gently. Move the bed. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I used one for a while. Look, I've used it all. The only one I haven't used is FR4. I've tried all kinds of different substances. I tried one of the flexible plastic beds, and I printed, and apparently PETG and this type of plastic at that temperature fuse. So I permanently ruined it on the first print. I was like, oh, good. Using my oily hands to wipe away the dust. Yeah, so with the Spring Steel, I got sick of having to use glue as a detachment. With PETG, it's so sticky, you use glue stick not to attach, but to separate. And I got sick of having to wash that stuff all the time. With glass, I don't do anything. I like every now and then I'll get the dust off and it's ready to go. And this is a partially coated piece of glass. If I want a super smooth, like shiny side, I'll flip it over and use the other end. But I've also picked up crystals from both ends. Whoops. What I should do if I'm printing out a piece that has a very large surface area, I should be putting glue stick down as a release agent. Maybe I'll just spritz everything with methyl alpha ketone. That seems fine. Flammable. Oh, the danger label has something over top of it. Never mind. I'll never know. This stuff is like bad. Bad. I never cleaned my spring. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had to clean mine. I don't know. It was the prints were picking up the stuff that was on it. I guess it was a coated piece of spring steel. Also, the other problem that I had with it is the printer wouldn't go low enough because the spring steel is much thinner than glass. Yes, Hot Nuts Kitchen. We were looking up chemicals before, and man, there are involved in circuit boards and like making etching silicon. There are some pretty horrible, like, man, acid that goes to your bone. Like, whew, no thanks. No thanks. It's like, yeah, this acid is organic. It'll go straight to your bones and destroy your DNA. It's like, oh, neat. I don't, why do we have that? Why does that exist? What are we doing? What is this? Some kind of joke? Just decide to like make the worst thing ever? All right, I think it's about time that I force the issue and get the print out of there. I'm gonna spritz it with Windex and we'll see if that pops it off. And then we'll install it. I'll have the circuit breaker installed in this thing. And then we gotta print the other part. So this one. Oh yeah, that's right. I ran a little BTS window, or a little Octoprint window up there. Yeah, OBS remembered a thing. That's weird. Where's my Windex? There it is. Grab the Windex from all the way over here. Get my ass back over here. Give it a little spritzy. A little bit of time to steam. Got time to steam, you got time to clean. Or steam clean. Too hot still. Yeah, okay. Too hot. Gotta wait. Gotta wait. Hey, Syphilid 8. Syphilid 8. 21 months. On a 20-month streak. You missed one. Syphilid 8, thank you so much. Not much is up with me. How are you? Reminds me, you got my first 3D printer a month or so ago because of your streams. Oh, no. I was on the fence for so long. No. No. I have my particular way of using a 3D printer, you know? I'm kind of vehemently against, like, Funko Pops and stuff. And as such, I don't like printing too many toys. I don't like printing random objects. And that's what you see in all these 3D print channels, is they got all these memes and shit all over the place. I don't do that. My printer exists for a specific function, and that is allowing me to make brackets for stuff. Allowing me to further staple all the things in this room together in a functional manner. Yeah, it's true. Random crap is good for setting it up and getting it tuned. I need to do a session of that soon. Print some tech deck boards. Linus Tech Deck flips. Flips and tricks and tips. Trips and drips. Flips. Couple flips. Every now and then there's a flip. I heard a flip. There it goes. I managed to not take up any of the bed on that. That's always nice. That's always nice. I'm trying to use up this gray because I don't really like it. That's what's going into a lot of these parts on the control panel that will never get seen by the eyes of man. So nicer printing vases than calibration cubes. But then you're like,
you're like screwing up like into a 4-hour print, and you're using up all your filament. I like my test things. Yeah, functional parts are where it's at. I love it. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. You know, we just designed and modified this little DIN rail adapter. We took it from software to fruition. It's kind of cool. You know, like, it's like, okay, I find a random part that a friend dropped off here because he went to a free cycle style estate sale thing and got all this electrical equipment for free, right? Some electronics or electrical, probably a electrician died or something like that, right? And so all this crap ends up on free cycle, all the stuff from jobs that they didn't want to use. And so I end up with this particular circuit breaker in my shop. And so I decide to put it onto this weird ass project that I'm building, and I find an equivalent of it online, upload that to Fusion, extrude a solid a couple times, output basically the shell, put that into a slicer. It figures out how a device also in my shop should physically move in order to create that adapter that I created purely in software. And then that ends up mating with the part and holding my circuit breaker perfectly, sort of. It's just cool. I like functional prints, man. It's cool. Yeah, this one, it's a little loose. I don't like that. I think I have to work on it a little bit. Massage it into the right dimensions, but that is holding on to it okay. Ocean-bound plastic. Yeah, well, you know, you win some, you lose some in this industry. I do wish this was a slightly better connection, because this might fall off. I guess it's okay. All right, so now I can take that and I can put this here. Get that, hold on, get these into place. You know, I had a little bit of tequila last night. Maybe like one drink with it. And somehow I'm feeling it today. Word of advice, everyone, don't be over 30. Just don't do it. Of course you have to. Is that like law? If you're somewhere over the you know, on the other side of the ocean here, if you're in England, is it like law that you have to print something that has to do with Doctor Who? Did they like write that one into the books? I think they did. I think that is like, it's like mandatory, or else you have to go to like a district judge to get approval not to do it. And they're pretty strict about handing those out. Usually only big companies can afford to not print Doctor Who stuff. Yeah, it was something that they put in like long time ago. It was like the mid-1800s, I think. Yeah. There's a link. Yeah, if you want to comply to those laws. But that's why we threw a bunch of tea in a harbor, I believe. I think that's what that was all about. That was something to do with 3D printing and Dilex. Dylon? I don't know how to say words today, and so you all get to tolerate me. This is like super loose. I need to figure out how to tighten this up a little bit. I don't like how loose this is. I think I need to extend this thing outwards a little. Because, yeah, that's falling off. Ain't good. Ain't good. All right. I thought it was going to be a better mount. It sticks on the other one much better. I don't know what happened to this one. Hey, look at that. It just, like, fell off. Son of a bitch. Fat Yoda. Man, so many memes and people with Blender. Memes and people with Blender. Name a better combo. I'll wait. All right, I know what's going on with this. This surface, level your bed and print again. No, what's happening is the lip
here is too small. And this is breaking off. So I need this to be at more of an angle, more of a draft angle. What am I extruding? I'm extruding down from that. So I need to go into the sketch, or I could just be lazy and I could just do, come on, hey, okay, never mind. we gotta go into the sketch. We have to edit the sketch. That's this one right here. Yeah, I was kind of lazy when I designed this. That's just kind of like coming off of there. So I guess I'll just take it at a higher angle. See, it created this space here that I then took advantage of. My desk would be filled with anime figures. I don't understand that. It's not, that ain't me. I don't do that. It's weird and foreign to me. I don't like it. I think I took it from here over. So if I take it there and I like give it more of an angle, that thing will still capture it. But it would hopefully hold it up better. It was supposed to interface with the thing, but there's not enough layers. So I need it to be like, you know, we'll do it like this, because then that'll push this over to the right and put more pressure on it. Or perhaps take that out to 2 millimeters. So now there's going to be a lot of pressure on it. And then take, I don't know, what is that angle? I could somehow figure that angle out and put it into this at 2 millimeters. Or I could just take like that. Yeah, that'll be good. Because I want that to make contact and be printable. That's the problem with it. I need it to be thicker, but well, that gets us a little bit, it gets us length out on this direction. Where's the failure? What's the failure mode? I don't think I'm addressing the problem. I don't think I'm addressing the problem properly. See, this is like all screwed up. It's all chewed up from the thing. And it's just not providing enough material to grip. Yeah, look at that. So a piece of the filament drooped down. So we need more of an angle on that part. Which means this is no bueno. So what is this distance from here to here? So, I mean, there's also a chamfer tool in the sketch palette, but then it yells at you no matter what you do. If I were to make this thicker, go to 2. 2 is a little bit much, and then I don't get that angle there. 1.8. 1.2. 1.4. 1.4. And I take that cut all the way in. I take that to there. It's not really more material, is it, than what I had there before? Yeah, I think maybe the angle just has to be discombobulated. So if I take this out, but then that hits that directly. So I need to actually take it above a little bit. I don't know what the maximum angle is for my printer either. I don't really know where that is. But I'll take it out like that, and that'll create enough pressure on it. Let's say, what's the angle? I want to control that angle. Take the intersection point of that clip, and then we'll make it 145. Okay, there. Something like that. I don't know. Can't really print anymore until I figure out some ventilation for the printer. Oh, you have one of those. Yeah. Fumes aren't nice. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to get one of those printers, but I really don't want to deal with all the chemicals. All right, now we need to find the step where we extrude this, which is right here. And then I can just boop, boop. Hello? Okay, boop, boop. and then unboop. There we go. Redesigned. Redesigned for a new generation. Okay, so I'm going to quickly get this thing rolling. We're not going to wait for you. You guys will have to just trust that everything's cool. You guys will just have to trust that I've done the right thing. Save that. Okay. Once you get this whole toolpath done, it's pretty cool. I do kind of wish that I could... I mean, you can use Fusion to do a lot of this stuff, too. Like the slicing and stuff, I guess. And it can also open the program for you. I haven't set any of that stuff up. It might be nicer and easier to be able to just click a couple buttons and have it poop out a part. But I haven't really worked that out yet. Ender 3 V2 with PLA. Oh, interesting. You're gonna put it in like a little tent. An awkward little thing that I've created. I could potentially flip this over, but I don't think it'll be very nice with the screw hole with support material around it. It's unfortunate that I had to do it that way. I can't really get around that, though. I can't really have the screw poke up into the thing, so I've got to make sort of a weird pseudo DIN rail. Slice. Print. Bada bing. That's going to start up almost immediately. There it goes. The printer on a mission. What did it just hit? I just heard a loud thud. I think it hit the wall behind it. My out-of-focus printer doing its best. All right. Anyway, that's all we got for now. There's a lot of stuff. We got a lot of fires and a lot of burners going on. So we're going to get to more of this stuff on Thursday. Thursday, there's some other stuff that I kind of want to get to as well, though. So we'll see where we get. I mean, there's a couple projects that I would like to kind of like finish. And then at some point in the near future, stream is going to be in absolute fucking chaos because I want to get this computer, my streaming computer, into the rack mount case. And I think there's a couple solids that I have to design in order to get that thing up and running. The Architect Doge subbing with a Prime. Hey, those Prime subs, let me tell you something right now. They're not going to remind you to resub on Prime. And Jeff Bezos is sitting there going, they didn't use their free Prime sub. That's what he sounds like if you guys have ever heard him talk. Yeah, that's how he laughs too. It's weird. Anyway, so in order to keep Jeff Bezos from cackling and making a weird voice, being on top of those Prime subs is important, and I notice them. I notice them more because you guys aren't reminded of them, and you guys re-up them, and it's cool to see. I'm super happy for you guys using them. All right, so my printer's going. We are reaching our normal stopping time. It's still a little bit early, but there's not much that I can do right now. I mean, we've got to finish. I got to find those brackets. That's one thing that I have to find so that I can design the feetsies for the control panel. Launching into space, yes, in an oddly penis-shaped rocket while cackling. I'll go to space in my penis rocket. Pro amateur expert subbing with a Prime for 9 months, 2 in a row. You're right, it didn't show. Hey, it's all right, man. I really appreciate you subbing with those Primes. That's really nice to see you. You guys keep this place going. You keep me going. You inflate my ego balloon with all these subs, and I really appreciate it. Especially here in the interim between boards, basically. We've been here for a while, but we're between boards, so there's not much incentivizing the subs. You'd be surprised how far a little bit of incentive takes people. What is that? What am I looking at? It's like a programmer. What is that? What is this thing? Oh, that's my Logic sniffer. Remember when I bought a $14 Logic sniffer? We used it to reverse engineer Bluetooth low energy so that I could run a plug-in button system by faking being a wireless Bluetooth device connecting to my steering wheel controller. It is completely and utterly circuitous, but it works. It's unfortunately what I had to do because Granite Devices does not give a shit about the steering wheel controller. They have their new system that they care about. And so as such, they will not release like an API that I can use in order to tell it that I'm pushing buttons that are external. It's very annoying that they do this because I had to buy a $100 wireless wheel module in order to do the project. And we had to buy a second $75 wireless wheel module because I blew up the first one because I gave it too many volts. I don't like to talk about it. All right. Anyway, thank you guys for the subs and everything and the kind words, and the subs and all that stuff. I will be back on Thursday. I promise you this. I will be back on Thursday, and we're going to work on more of this stuff. Hopefully, I'll have things a little bit more together, and I can show you guys the results of printing the thing that we designed today. Thanks for this. You have a poop that walks away. That's amazing. It's a happy poop that leaves. Weird. I love seeing emotes from other channels. People are weird. So I don't know. I've heard creators rant about like oh, it's not my aesthetic. Why would they put those in the chat? It's like, who cares, man? Like I love all the emotes on Twitch. All right. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm gonna go pass out and then wake up in like a month. I will see you guys on Thursday, and I guess take care until then. I have a little bit of 3D printing and stuff to do in the meantime, and we will catch up. Have a good one, everybody. And of course, by the way, Flatulent is going to go... I'm going to check his website, like his Twitch page right now. Flatulent Gonad. I'm going to look at his Twitch page, and it says offline. It very clearly says offline, but as soon as I turn off all the lights and I like break down the stuff that I need to break down immediately post stream, go get a glass of water and come back, he will be live. And I'll be like, should I have rated Flatulent? I'm not sure. So you guys check out Flatulent Gonad if you get a chance. I want that guy to partner, but I don't think he's gonna do that anytime soon. It's not really his goal. But yeah, check him out when you get a chance, because it's very much like the stream when he works on hardware, and otherwise he would be playing My Summer Car. So it's got an extensive like steering wheel setup with the pedals and everything like that. It's very cool. Anyway, I will talk to you guys later. See you on Thursday. Have a good one. Here's the end card. Beep, bop, 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 bop. Bada bing. All the social links that you could ever stomach. It's actually more than I can stomach. It makes me sick. It sickens me.